Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. Bills cornerback Christian Benford put pen to paper yesterday, making things official with the Bills signing his 4-year, $70 million contract extension. Benford gets roughly $18 million at signing, and the contract has a cap hit of only $2.6 million in the first year after signing. If you want to hear what he had to say with the media at his press conference yesterday, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Another day, another Aaron Rodgers report, this time coming from ESPN's Kevin Seifert. Seifert reports that Rodgers and the Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell have had multiple conversations this offseason. The Vikings are still waiting on an offseason evaluation of rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy, who suffered a knee injury last summer that kept him out for the entirety of the 2024 season. Signing Rodgers would likely mean that McCarthy wouldn't see much NFL action until 2026. Rodgers has been going back and forth between showing interest between the Vikings and the Pittsburgh Steelers all offseason, so far after a lackluster performance with the Jets last season. Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday saying that he is not interested in a short-term deal with the team. He also noted that the team told him a deal would be finalized this offseason. However, he's been asking for a long-term contract for the last 3 years with no success yet. The Bengals have already signed both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins this offseason to a combined total of $276 million. UB women's basketball is headed to the NIT Finals with an impressive 74-69 win over Cleveland State last night. The Bulls will be hosting Troy at Alumni Arena on Saturday at 5 for a 5 o'clock tip-off. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
This is called the Rain Song. Hey, you guys want to have a real quick family meeting? Just a circle of trust conversation. Why do we live here? I love it here.
I do too.
Why are we here? What is this?
I think it's the wrong question.
Okay.
I think the question is, what have we done to deserve this? That's, I think, the right question to ask.
I mean, the rain will continue until morale improves. Hey, hi. We're going to be a sad show. No, we're not. We're fine today. Just a couple of guys here really going through their feels about wanting to, be outside.
And this doesn't have to be exclusively a golfer's complaint.
Sure.
What about those local polo players?
Sure.
How
about my dog?
Right.
Do it for my dog. Weather. Stop.
That'll bring the people together. My dog, he's suffering.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
We've got a couple people in the chat already that are in Florida where it's nice, whatever.
Nice.
It's raining here.
It's humid, I bet.
And the, I listen to BEN when I drive in. I want to get the weather forecast, things I need to know. And it's just so funny because every day, the last couple of days, Brian and Susan are asking Aaron Monkowski, so maybe little uncertain now, but the short-term forecast. And Aaron's just like, guys, you know what? Maybe stop asking. That's the vibe I get from him. There's a rain emoji in the forecast pretty much, every day or every other day until, the end of time.
I think what we should just remember in June when it's 8:35 and the sun is still out and it's like 70 degrees, you're going to look back and say, built the foundation in April.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It's definitely getting to me. I don't know if you could tell.
Is the Sun on the PUP list right now or something? Is it on season-ending IR? Is it questionable? Yeah, thunderstorms last night. I mean, big boomers.
In the afternoon,
Yeah.
I left here, had a thing at Buff State, and then I went to my golf lesson. And I came out, and I kind of was like, is that a daytime? I'm just not used to daytime rumbles like that. Like hail, little sleet. I mean, we had it all yesterday.
Yeah, big flashes, big booms, afternoon and through the night. So anyway, good morning. Happy Thursday. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in for Joe today and tomorrow as well as we get closer to the draft. We're 3 weeks from the draft today. So, there you go. Getting down to it. And we've got plenty to get to today. We have no guests. So just wide open. You can be our guest. We have an open phone line. You want to give us a ring, you can do that. Be our guest. Join us to, talk about anything you want, really. I put something up early because if you want to get into the social media drama, which I do not think is dramatic, I want to talk about James Cook.
Oh, okay.
I want to establish a couple of ground rules is the wrong
Baseline rules.
But baseline for me, I do not think that James Cook posting anything on social media has in any way hurt his cause with the Bills.
Nope.
I don't think it has affected the likelihood he gets a contract from them at all. He has a number that he wants, and I think he is absolutely justified in asking for a raise and a big contract. And most of the social media drama is generated by people commenting on it and claiming there is drama.
Yeah.
I had somebody say to me yesterday, what Cook's doing on Instagram is what people pretend Diggs used to do, which, whatever. My big stance on Diggs throughout the time was you don't have to care about this stuff. And my stance on Cook is the same. That said, it was reported yesterday he listed his house for sale. So that's a funny one. I'm going to have fun with this.
Okay.
In the same universe where Myles Garrett issued a full goodbye, Cleveland, thanks for the memories, and then re-signed. The difference, of course, is Cleveland never said, we'll talk about it next year. Cleveland said, hey, we'll make you the highest paid guy. We are not trading you. And he tried to walk out the door, and they said, we're not going to do that, so he signed. But in the world where Myles Garrett issues a full goodbye letter, James Cook listing his house, now maybe he's just trying to capitalize on the real estate market at a certain time.
Right.
Maybe he's got eyes on another house because his salary this year is reasonably big.
I don't know. Maybe he really understands tariffs and he's taking advantage of the moment.
Could be it. Could be a lot of things. So without speculating what actually selling his house might mean or listing it, or if it's just why don't you go ahead and list your house? Let's really drive that you might be on your way out of here. That's an escalation. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for the next. All right, your move.
The next chess move?
Sure, your move, Cook.
Yeah.
After Bean made a move and said,
which he did.
No reason we can't talk about it next year. Here's Cook listing his house. I do not think this is dramatic, but I do think it can be fun. So we'll, of course, keep up on it and wait for him to tweet stuff and talk about him throughout. The thing I want to do about Cook is establish what is he worth. And if a call came to Brandon Beane today, let's make it kind of like the Diggs scenario when the Bills traded for Diggs, which is he tweets he needs a fresh start. The Bills make a call and say, you want to give us that guy? And the deal gets done. First round pick. Yeah, let's do it. So you're a GM of a team and you think, you know what, we could use a running back that could make explosive runs and score touchdowns, and he listed his house for sale, and maybe they don't want to pay him. Let me call Beane. And you call Beane, he says, yeah, we're far apart, and I got to be honest, we're probably not going to pay him what he's looking for. That's just not our philosophy. So then that GM says, all right, well, what's the price? What's the price in a trade? And I don't know what the right answer to that is. I have a hard time thinking a team would give an asset for a running back about to get paid.
I have and isn't this part of the juggling act with any idea of moving him now?
I think so.
Because to me, again, there's a needle you have to thread here, because the question is, and the point you brought up on Monday, which is he could hold out and he could make it very difficult. He could apply some pressure. Will he, won't he? Don't know. But I could tell you that there is more value in running, running him into the ground this year on the last year of his second-round pick rookie deal, and then letting him go rather than, or, tagging him if that's the route you want to go. I just think there's not really a scenario here for me, unless it just got to the point and it became untenable. He's like, I'm just not going to play. Then you have to trade him. And then at that point, you're getting what? A fourth? A fifth?
Right.
Anything? So I would be very surprised if if the Bills allowed it to get to a point where they couldn't get any value out of it. I think the best value they can get out of James Cook is him playing on the contract he has right now for the remainder of the year, and then probably letting him walk.
No franchise tag.
I don't think so. I think if you're not going to pay him, you're not going to pay him for one more year unless you just feel like they get to the AFC Championship game again, and he has 150 and 3 touchdowns, and they lose or something. And then maybe you're just like,
they're
got to tag him.
They're going to pay Joey Bosa $12 million for 1 year.
Yeah,
who is an injured defensive end that they hope can find his fastball. They're going to pay, who else is on this list? Josh Palmer's making $13 million, $12 million a year. 1 year, 13 to me doesn't strike me as prohibitive. There's no dead cap. They could also. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to get too much into that part of it, the money, yet. I do want to. But if the offer comes in, it's a deep running back class. That's what they say. All right, well, it's the third round, and they all went. And the Raiders are like, oh, crap, we forgot to take our guy. And the Raiders call and say, 68th overall. High third round pick. We'll take James Cook. You say yes or no? High third, James Cook, yes or no? And if you do, are you immediately spending a pick on a running back?
You are, yes.
You're going to spend that pick or a fourth or a fifth, whatever. I don't need the names on that. Just I'm
going to say no.
You're going to say no.
I'm going to say no.
A high third. Okay.
I think I say no.
I think it's tough to imagine getting anything higher than that.
I would agree.
He was drafted as a late second. You've put some miles on the tires. He's shown he can play. Now he's about to get paid. He's got to be worth less than what he was drafted.
I would agree with that.
And there's a point here about the running back conversation. Like last year, we all came back to running backs because Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs. And did all 3 of those guys sign in free agency?
Yes.
All 3. Jacobs was not a trade?
Jacobs was not a trade.
Henry was free agency?
Yep.
Barkley was free agency.
Correct.
You could make every point you want to about the value of the position being back and how those teams went out and got stud backs. Yeah. Nobody traded for one.
That's right.
They all saw a guy on the street and said, we've got a good team.
He's worth the money, but he's not worth the assets.
He's not worth an asset and money.
Yeah.
So to me, that's where it's a tough sell if you want to trade him. So if you wouldn't take the deal for a third, you're probably more likely to get
especially with this draft.
Right. A fourth, a fifth. What are you going to get? And how does this ultimately end? What's the right price for him?
Yeah.
I will maintain one thing, that keeping him and potentially paying him will pave the way to not draft another one. And this, maybe it's sunk cost theory for me. The Bills have already sunk so many premium picks into the position. Not just firsts, of course, seconds and thirds.
Yeah.
They've sunk seconds and thirds into the position. And as we sit here and say, the defense really needs some help. If you go back in time and undo the Zach Moss pick to just anything else, if you could even undo the James Cook pick, you might have Ty Johnson as your starting running back. Who knows? I get crossed up because I don't want them to pay him huge money, but if they paid him fine money, then I could say, good, I get to put that to bed. I don't have to worry about them taking a running back in the first or second round for a while, which is something that we had to worry about. It was not long ago where the Bills were linked to every running back in the first
single
round.
One all the time.
And how many times did they get a chance to turn it down? The answer is only Breece Hall, right?
Yeah.
They did not get to Travis Etienne, who they may have taken in the first round. We don't know about Brandon Beane, whether or not he fundamentally would not take a running back in the first round. We kind of are about to find out if he would ever pay one or if he would pay this one. I mentioned yesterday, that's the next good question for Beane. Do you think it makes sense from a team-building standpoint to pay a running back $15 million? That's a question for Beane. I'd like to get an answer on that. Maybe that happens in the next couple weeks. But anyway.
I don't know that you ever really get the answer until until he pays the running back.
Right.
And if he doesn't, we can make an assumption that like they go up on a big grease board and they say they look at all of these positions and they cross out running back. And they just say, this is a position. I almost feel this way about how they likely feel about corner. That Sean can probably feel what he'll tell the pro personnel team, what he's going to tell Brandon Beane is, I think I can get by. We can scrape by on the outside. I think we should focus our attention on defensive line. If we get a corner, we get a corner. Mm-hmm. If not, we can hit the free agent and go get somebody else, and we can work our way through this corner group because I know what I can get out of them. And maybe they feel the same about running back. It would make sense that they have multiple positions they feel they can extract more value out of than other positions. And if they view running back the same way they view corner,
would it be any indication that it's not that easy based on how long it took them to finally turn things over to Cook?
Totally.
Now, that might have been about Cook and his preparedness, pass blocking, knowing what to do. But
how much they portray the importance of having this running game, this obligation.
Yep.
Like we walk off the bus, the one thing we're going to do is we're going to be able to run the football. For that mindset to be in place, but to have maybe not a clear, I don't want to say clear plan, but a clear ideology about the running back position, it's interesting, right? Like the Ravens, they value running backs. Mm-hmm. They have drafted them. They have signed them.
They've paid them.
They've got 3 running backs they've paid. I mean, they just paid, what's his name, Hill, last year.
They did pay Derrick Henry not that much.
Not that much.
Yeah.
So you know the plan. You see some of these teams that really care about running the football. You see the ideology playing out on the books.
Then, of course, there's the Eagles, who just paid big money for Barkley after winning.
After taking a swing on DeAndre Swift the year before. Mm-hmm. Not a huge swing.
But a swing.
Yeah.
803-0550 is our number. You want to throw a trade idea at us? I had somebody tweet in about I'd play him and then tag him and trade him. And I want to just mention that point about Barkley and Derrick Henry, 2 Hall of Fame caliber players that were not traded. Mm-hmm. They were signed in free agency. So to me, that's a great way to put down any idea of, just trade Cook for a good asset. Nobody ever gave up a good asset for Derrick Henry or for Saquon Barkley. They finally moved to good teams once they were just free and available. So if no one would give you anything for Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry along the way, why would you get anything of value for franchise tagging James Cook? I also, if they were to trade him, so you're out there, you're in the trade Cook crowd, or you're in the run him into the ground and then do something else. Is there a Venn diagram here? I'm always going to bring things back to receiver. Are you also hoping they should get another receiver? Because without Cook, the offense is significantly less dynamic.
Totally.
I know running backs are thought to be a dime a dozen. I don't think Ray Davis is as explosive as James Cook.
No.
Ty Johnson is pretty darn good.
He's good.
But I just don't think it's the same.
But his role, the Bills figured out the role for Ty Johnson that he couldn't find in other teams, other places. His role isn't to be a dynamic 3-down back or even replace because James Cook's not a 3-down back, but I'm not sure you swap out the 49% or 48%. You increase, Ty Johnson's workload by 30%, that you're going to yield the same results. I don't know. To me, does it feel like at all the Bills right now are likely a little cornered on their flexibility on what they can do at the position because of Ray Davis?
How so?
Like, if they felt right now, this year, it's a good draft, we've got a couple of guys we really like, we can't draft one as is.
I agree. They cannot draft a running back right now.
No.
If Ray Davis were not here,
you could make the argument.
I would listen, there's a lot of explosive second-round guys that can go in this offense right away. I still would want them to do it.
But you could make the case.
You could make the case they should do it.
They can't do it.
And then they could just let Cook walk.
They can't draft a running back.
No, that's right. If they do, we'll be upset.
Yeah, and it's not even that we'll be upset. It's going to be the question, how do you plan to have 4 running backs?
Yeah,
how?
You don't.
How do you plan to?
You make Ray Davis a special teams running back, I guess.
Right. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't like the idea at all. I mentioned to Joe Marino yesterday. We had him on from the Locked On Bills podcast. Asked him, is there any justification to taking a running back in the second round, in the fourth round, based on who's there? And his answer was only if there is a trade for Cook coming, which I don't know that there is. Again, I always want to have on the baseline. I think most of this is posturing. Most of this is not that important from Cook. I do not think that what he has posted on social media has hurt him with anybody but potentially the fans. Fans, not me, and if you do, that's fine. I'm not judging you. Get turned off by that kind of stuff. I don't care about it. In fact, I defend it. I think it's James Cook. He can't exactly call press conferences all the time. Athletes that call press conferences, who are they? It's T.O. in his driveway.
Yeah.
Seriously, a GM can call a press conference any day he wants. If a player does that, we kind of look at that as, what's your deal, man?
Yeah.
Why are you calling a press conference in your driveway?
Right.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
I want to tell you my side of the story. Bean just told you his, so I'm a little bit in defense of the player here. But that said, I still don't think him posting anything, whether it's an emoji or a song or a this or a that, I don't think he's getting bad advice. Some say they think he's getting bad advice from his brother. I don't buy that. His brother did the right thing. Held out in Minnesota, got paid, and his career went south fast, but Dalvin Cook has generational money to show for how good he was.
And isn't that the exact reason you hold out to get paid if you're a running back?
Yes. You got to get paid. You got to get paid once, and then you have your NFL career, and you walk out of the league with $50 million. And you know what? Hey, if my career lasts 6 years, so be it. I got paid for my services. Because some guys don't. So, house listed for sale.
I think
did you see the house? You look at the pictures?
Yeah, I did. I think there's also this misnomer. It's like if the Bills pay this running back and it flops, and he is done in 2 years, because that's sometimes what happens with running backs. One injury, all of a sudden they're never the same. And, I mean, it happened to his brother. But his brother had multiple injuries over a pretty sustained period of time. That the $15 million, let's say that's the number that ultimately it takes for James Cook, right? That $15 million will be some sort of albatross on your roster, and there's no way to overcome it. I'll say this. San Francisco, if you look at San Francisco right now, how much of the position they're currently in is because they basically dictated their window was going to last as long as Christian McCaffrey was the best running back in the league?
That's a part of it.
And now, but here's San Francisco, though. They traded like 5 draft picks for him. So it wasn't the fact that they made him the highest paid running back in the league. They also traded a ton of draft picks for him. And it was really good for 25 games. Like, it was a great move for 25 games. I'm not sure Christian McCaffrey will ever be Christian McCaffrey again. And they've bet their window on it.
Pretty much. And Jordan Mason went in and was fine.
Fine.
He was not McCaffrey. He was fine. He was pretty good. And they traded him. I'm looking up yards over expectation, not last year, but the year before. That's
2023?
Yeah, that's kind of what I want here, because James Cook was very good last year, and people looking at the Cook conversation are pointing out, well, he had a monster year. You don't want to pay him off of a monster year. Yeah. Was he just as good the year before on yards over expectation? The answer is yes.
And he just didn't have the touchdowns.
Right. The year before, yards over expectation per attempt. So last year, I had last year's number. Like these are the running backs that had a better yards over expectation per attempt than Cook last year. Look that first. Henry, Barkley, Mason, Chuba Hubbard, Jerome Ford, Bucky Irving, and Jahmyr Gibbs. That's the end of the list. That's a top 10 running back on not the system, on what you did for your rushing yards. The year before, this is not the 16 touchdown season. The names before him: H.N. McCaffrey, Jalen Warren, James Conner, Zach Moss, Breece Hall, Kyron Williams, Raheem Mostert, Isaiah Pacheco, end of list. He was ahead of Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs. So Cook's ahead of Jahmyr Gibbs last year and right behind him this year. And Jahmyr Gibbs, are the Lions going to sign him when the time comes?
Probably.
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. In fact,
They also spent a high first-round pick on him.
Very big draft pick on him, yeah.
So you almost have to in that scenario. But that also gives, I think, Jahmyr Gibbs, not that he needs any more leverage in a situation, but he knows they spent a high asset on him. That's probably good for an extra $1 million for his negotiation. And, I don't know. Maybe it's just because we're on the upswing of what was such a bad 2.5-year stretch for running backs in the league in terms of their value. Yeah. I mean, there were running backs talking about creating like a group to like leverage
their own union.
Literally.
Yeah, they want their own entry-level contracts to be shorter so they get paid sooner, right?
Like that was conversations being had like 18 months ago.
Yep.
Like not that long ago. So as that thing sunk to the bottom, we're starting to see the upswing back. And I think it's not just because of the position, it's because of the positional value elsewhere on offense, the contracts that are being handed out to wide receivers. It makes these running backs slightly more valuable.
Yep. 803-0550, the phone number. You want to give us a call on James Cook, the latest in what I don't think is exactly all that dramatic, but whatever. We'll call it the Cook saga. He lists his house. I put up a Twitter poll. You are GM of the Bills. The call comes in. We'll give you a third-round pick, 68th overall. That's the Raiders. 68th for James Cook. You taking it? And usually the sign of a good Twitter poll, Nate, it is 50-50. 50.7 no, 49.3 yes. That's a high third. Would you take it? Would you take a high third right now for Cook? And at some point, as we're talking about the way that the coach talked about him, how much we should take that to heart because he raved about him. And this is a coach, Sean McDermott, that we may have thought at one point didn't want to play him because he couldn't trust him, and he's come all the way around on Cook. He's a success story, and I wonder if the Bills are playing hardball or if they really would just walk him right on out the door. 803-0550, our phone number to give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in. We'll get some calls in. We'll get some responses in. Got lots of texts on this, lots of tweets. So jump in if you want. So we're starting today on this rainy Thursday morning.
Also noted that the team told him he would have a deal finalized this offseason. However, he's been asking for a long-term contract extension the last 3 years with no success yet. UB women's basketball is headed to the NIT Finals after an impressive 74-69 win over the Cleveland State last night. The Bulls will be hosting Troy at Alumni Arena on Saturday for a 5 o'clock tip-off. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
All right, for those of you watching on the stream, Owen just moved a camera over and put you on, Josh, during the update, which means we're going to have to clean up this shelf. Like this Mighty Ducks can that's been there for probably 15 years, and this...
Is that a bobblehead?
No, those are like starting lineup goalie figurines, and there's two...
Some wooden
Patrick
maracas
Lalime over there.
Patrick Lalime.
And Patrick Waugh.
Okay. And there are two maracas on the shelf.
Wooden maracas.
Yeah, look at those things. Yeah, we're going to have to clean this up.
It gives
Anyway,
this thing some culture.
if you were watching you saw Gene Steratore came in to just keep an eye on Josh's update. Hey, good morning. It's raining. Yeah, what else is new? It only rains. Jeremy and Nate, good morning. 803-0550. Talking James Cook a little bit today. We're going to check in on the chat this segment as well. For those of you listening bright and early, if you don't know what that is, we usually do it later in the show, and I thought we should do it earlier so we could introduce you to these lovely folks that watch and comment on YouTube. Point of order, if I may. I'm looking up running back contracts and prices paid and what teams are paying their running backs. Of course, Barkley's average per year is 20. McCaffrey's is 19. Then you get to Jonathan Taylor, Alvin Kamara, Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones, James Conner, David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, and Joe Mixon. That's your top 10. And is it worth noting, Nate, that of the top 10, you have plenty of good teams here? Who pays their running backs? The Eagles do.
Yep.
The most.
They just won.
The Niners do. They've won an awful lot. It's falling apart, but they've won an awful lot. The Packers do.
Yep.
The Vikings do.
Yep.
The Lions do. The Texans were good last year or 2 years ago.
Ravens.
The argument, Derrick Henry's average per year. Oh, this is for 2025. I don't know what Derrick Henry's average per year was. He's at 8. Okay. Yeah, they got him for cheap.
Why didn't he hold out?
I know, right? But the point I'm getting at is if you have lived, which I have lived in, don't pay a running back, you don't get to use good teams don't do this. Because plenty of them do. The Super Bowl champs just went out and spent big money on a guy to finish off their offense and then gave him a raise. So the argument about running backs, I want to start to shift the ground on the running back conversation and the importance. The Derrick Henry-led Titans-style offense, you were talking about this with Mike Vrabel in New England. Are they just going to run the ball and not throw it enough like a Tannehill offense? Who has that offense right now? Who has the offense built around a running back? In the NFL, who does it that way?
Eagles.
The Eagles?
Yeah.
I mean, the Eagles have the highest paid offense just in football. They have two top 10, or at least at one point, top 10 paid receivers. They have a $50 million quarterback.
Yep.
I mean, I know the offense is built around the running back.
They have a top 10 paid tight end.
They do.
They have a top 5 paid left tackle.
Guard.
I mean, they
pay everybody on their offense.
Yeah.
But I mean the team that is lacking and thinks we can win if we run the ball because this guy is good. Hasn't that team disappeared? Nobody does that. The Colts with Jonathan Taylor, what'd they do? They drafted a first-round quarterback. They're trying to figure out if that guy can make it.
Yeah.
He probably can't. So I feel like we are even a little bit, as Bills fans that lived through the drought, we went through an era where, they've drafted another first-round running back when they could just give the ball to Fred Jackson. Why do they keep doing this? Marshawn, C.J. Spiller. Why do they keep doing this? And
quarterback hedging.
Yeah. You do it when your quarterback's not good enough, and it almost feels like that era of trying to get by that way, I can't think of many teams that do it on the same level that they used to.
Well, now I think most of us say a team like New England, who maybe 10 years ago would say, we need that running back because we've got a young quarterback. Instead, they look at it and say, we are not a running back away. Like now the running back has become the cherry on top, not the ice cream base.
Right, it's the finishing piece.
Yeah.
The Eagles, it's a finishing piece. The Ravens were the 1 seed and lost and thought, you know what we need to do? We need to add Derrick Henry to this offense. And then they become, whatever, they didn't get as far, but they appear to be scary, and people took them seriously. So I've got the good teams keeping their running backs. And I don't know. The Bills are doing a couple things where they are bucking trends. Right now, the Bills have plenty of people believing that they don't think a top receiver is important. I don't know that I believe that. But with every year that it goes by, I might be more convinced that they believe that.
The good teams aren't keeping their running backs. They're going out to get them, to add them as that final piece.
Okay, but if they had that guy, if the Eagles had just drafted Saquon Barkley, which, I mean, it's hard to create that hypothetical. But
I get what you're saying. It's why it's interesting for the Bills. The Bills are the only good team in this group that hasn't gone out and brought that guy in. They had him here.
So they're going to let him walk and then just go get one? Or do they just not care about it?
Should they care about it?
I can't decide.
I can't decide either.
I think you can get more out of a great running back if you're a great offense.
Yes.
So it's the kind of thing where don't spend on it if you stink, because it's not going to turn you around. But what Cook did for them last year was important. Tons of explosive plays. I don't think the touchdown figure is necessarily a huge outlier. With the Bills trying to protect Josh Allen in the tush push, it's very possible he can get 3 2-yard touchdowns next year, 10 2-yard touchdowns next year. I don't think it was a crazy, crazy year for him in touchdowns. Maybe he doesn't get 16. Maybe it's 11. But I think there is value in having a stud running back. Maybe the difference is that Cook doesn't play every down. And that is really where the fine line gets cut. He's not your every down guy like some of these other guys might be. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Let's get a break in and do the chat on the other side. All right, a little early on a break, but we're going to check in with the chat, give them a little more time to fire things up there on the YouTube chat, and return with that. 803-0550 on James Cook, who has listed his house, if we want to buy into that as a little bit, as an additional piece of this trauma. Jeremy and Nate here on WGR.
Give me Vaughn. You want Vaughn? I know he hasn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
No. See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. Sometimes we wait too long in the morning to check in with the YouTube chat. It's more of a check-in for yesterday. Today they're up and talking about the Yankees. Sometimes that'll happen. There were like 20 people in the chat before the show started. Anyway, if you watch us on YouTube, stream us on YouTube, you can jump in there, comment, we can write back to you. It's just like Twitter, except it's a live, running, all of it.
It's a living, breathing thing.
Yesterday, Owen flat out had to say, like a teacher in the classroom, banging the desk, like, all right, order, right? What was going on? Yesterday was nuts.
It got a little dicey in chat yesterday. I had to tell everybody to rein it in a little bit. But
did it work?
That's part of the. No, of course not. It's never going to work. But that's that's part of the gig over here.
Yeah. I think you're perky this morning. That's good, and they like your hoodie.
My hoodie.
It's always about style around here.
Listen, I'm not here all the time, so we gotta take advantage.
Makes sense.
I do really like your. It's the
QZ from Oak Hill from the PGA Championship a couple years ago.
That's nice.
I look all the time at my next major that I'm going to go to, but the Ryder Cup at Bethpage, too expensive. Not doing that. We've got some spots around.
I really wanted to go to that.
Yeah,
they just priced everybody out of that.
Yep,
sucks.
So I don't know the next major I'll go to. At one of these years, how many years in a row can I go and not win the Masters lottery?
My buddies are going next Tuesday.
Your buddies are going
Tuesday.
I mean, I got to win the Masters lottery one of these years. Just go to Augusta for a practice round or whatever. Anyway,
the odds to win the Masters lottery are 1 in 200.
That's what come on, I should win that once in 200 years. Maybe
you just keep trying.
I just gotta just have more email addresses or something, or have people enter for me. I know people that have been to the Masters.
You get a group and you have everyone put in, and then you do another lottery of that group.
Oh, man, that sounds like I got to win twice. Imagine winning the Masters lottery, like, congratulations, now we'll draw it between you and 200 friends. Ugh. It become a bidding process at that point. All right, who wants it the most? Anyway, good morning. Golf. Remember golf?
No.
I remember golf. It happens in climates where it stops raining for 10 minutes.
Oh, I think I'm seeing breakage.
Oh, that's good. Let's get Jake in Buffalo in. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Hey, fellas. I just had a couple speculative comments. I'm a little wary about the re-signing of James Cook because of two things. What is the success rate of a running back after a rookie contract? I mean, statistically, I got to imagine it's a little low. I don't know. But also, how many running backs are in the Hall of Fame that didn't play every down? I mean, I think James Cook's got huge, big playability, but is he that guy? Is he that Saquon Barkley that can do everything? Hard for me to say. But I'd love to just hang up and hear what you guys have to say, and I hope you have a good one.
Thanks. Jake. I'll just run through the top 10 running back salaries because I want to say the history of guys succeeding on their second contract is good because think about how much more you have to prove to get that second contract as a running back. If you're not popping off early and dynamic and making a difference, you're just thrown aside. The Bills tossed aside Zach Moss and Devin Singletary. Those guys are on second contracts. They're not massive producers, but the top 10 paid running backs right now, it's Barkley, McCaffrey, Taylor. They produce on big contracts. Mm-hmm. Kamara, who's been in the league forever.
And still produces at a high level.
Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones.
Didn't Kamara just get an extension again?
I think
he's on his third contract.
I think they had to. Aaron Jones, James Conner, who's like a fountain of youth himself.
Yeah.
David Montgomery, who's really good.
He's a running back,
or valuable.
Yeah.
Ramondre Stevenson is 9th. There's your biggest got paid.
Wow.
And
so technically the Patriots are paying a running back.
They are, but of course they are building around their quarterback.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon, 10, Chuba Hubbard, 11, DeAndre Swift, 12, Derrick Henry tied at 12, Tony Pollard. It's not crazy to point out here. The top 15 paid running backs are on second contracts. The highest paid running back not on a second contract is Bijan Robinson at 16, which that used to be a big point about why you don't draft one.
Because you don't want to pay him that
When you
money.
draft one high, you immediately make him a top 12 paid running back.
Yeah.
Whereas you draft a receiver at that spot, he's not making the top 30 in how much receivers make.
Yeah.
It's one spot where the rookie wage scale actually helps running backs, since your position doesn't make that much. When we put you in the rookie wage scale, you get paid well relative to your position. So, what numbers everybody comfortable with here? The point about Cook not playing all three downs, like that's worth getting to. Is that why? I guess here's another way to ask this on Jake's question: if they were to move him or move on, would they in the future spend a first on a guy that does that, all three downs?
I hope not.
And say, listen, we had a guy we liked, but he wasn't the type that we would pay. This is the type of running back we would pay. 3-down guy, does it all.
The question is, we might find out this year, could James Cook be that guy? They've sort of boxed him in. Like, in terms of what they talked about him being the day he was drafted, is a change of pace back. And I feel like since then, I know my opinion has changed on him from being, this is going to be, what he was in college. He didn't get the ball out. He's never really been given feature back opportunity.
Until this last year, where again,
it's the closest that he's got.
Right, yeah. He got a lot of carries.
Yeah.
Still not, 300.
No. Yeah, I wonder if you were to say of the top 15 paid, well, I mean, you couldn't do that because obviously they would have more. They've been in the league longer. But if you were to put together the running backs in the league, just in terms of like average touches per season dating back to their first year of college, is James Cook not in the bottom 99%? Bottom 1%, I should say? In terms of total mileage on a person?
Probably.
I mean, he doesn't have mileage.
803-0550. Got some good texts, good tweets, good comments on this. Thanks, Jake, for the phone call. You can jump in with us as well. How much for Cook? Would you give him the Henry contract? $8 million a year.
Yeah. Yeah, I would do that.
It is kind of funny. Like, as soon as you throw out a middle number, like, never pay a running back. How about 8? All right.
Sure.
8's not that much. It's really cheap considering, where the cap continues to go. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. There's a little bit of a gateway problem with, well, what's the big deal if Cook leaves? Because I think that we keep doing this with Josh Allen. We'll get into that a little bit later. You can give us a ring. It's Jeremy and Nate here on WGR.
Back here on the West Her Hotline.
The coaches call the West Her Hotline.
Sean McDermott, head coach of the Bills, joins us on the West Her Hotline.
The insiders call the West Her Hotline.
Happy to welcome our man, Ross Tucker. Al Michaels with us, pleased as always to be joined by Eric Wood.
On the West Her Hotline is Buffalo Bills General Manager Brandon Beane.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline. Brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. Bills cornerback Christian Benford put pen to paper yesterday, signing with the Bills on a 4-year, $70 million extension. Benford gets roughly $18 million as a signing bonus, and the contract has a cap hit of only $2.6 million in his first year after signing. If you want to hear what he had to say with the media at the press conference yesterday, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Another day, another Aaron Rodgers report, this time coming from ESPN's Kevin Seifert. Seifert reports that Rodgers and the Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell had multiple conversations so far this offseason. The Vikings are still awaiting an offseason evaluation of rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy, who suffered a knee injury last summer that kept him out of the entirety of the 2024 season. Signing Rodgers would likely mean that McCarthy wouldn't see much NFL action until 2026. Rodgers has been going back and forth between the Vikings and the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason so far after a lackluster performance with the Jets last season. Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson said on the Pat McAfee show yesterday he's not interested in a short-term deal with the team. He noted that the team told him a deal would be finalized this offseason. However, he's been asking for a long-term contract, according to him, for 3 years now, with no success yet. The Bengals have already signed both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins this offseason for a combined total of $276 million. UB women's basketball gets a win over the Cleveland State last night, 74-69. That means they're headed to the NIT Finals, and they will be hosting the NIT Finals. The Bills will be hosting Troy at Alumni Arena on Saturday for a 5 o'clock tip-off. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White.
Apologies to my wife, because when she asks me later today, hey, did you remember to insert something here? And I say, no. I did correctly remember that Jakob Klepisch was in the Greer trade.
And Joe DiBiase.
You can't be Captain Crunch unless you are a captain.
Was Captain Crunch an actual captain? What were his, merits?
Is it even? It's not even captain, actually.
Right, it's captain.
It's captain?
That's right.
Of course he was a captain.
Yeah? I bet he faked the resume.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, good morning. Happy Thursday. It's rainy. The temperature is not bad. 59, high of 62 today. Going to be windy and rainy, and then windy, and then the sun will go down. It'll be dark, and then tomorrow it'll be maybe sunny. But rain, rain, rain. Lots of rain. So T's and P's to the dog owners out there, or anybody that's got to go in, wet mud. T's and P's to us for, dreaming of golfing someday. But we're here on WGR and happy to chat with you. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. We got some Aaron Rodgers news. Christian Benford got a new contract, and he had a funny thing. We should play it for you. He's talking about Rasul Douglas. They ask him if he's in contact with Rasul Douglas. I think it becomes pretty clear those two are kind of close.
Yeah.
They became immediately close. He mentions that he's trying to get Rasul to go on a trip, but he can't because of his kids.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, man, I get that. Let me tell you. Here's Christian Benford like, let's go take a trip. Like, I can't.
Yeah.
That one hit me. That hit me hard. But he's talking about how hoping to get Rasul Douglas back, and Douglas retweeted it with a fingers crossed. So, maybe the Bills and Douglas are apart on a number. Maybe he's a contingency plan based on how the draft goes.
Sure.
Maybe he's a veteran that sticks around either way on a smaller deal. We'll see about that. But anyway,
on Benford, we'll play a little bit of his stuff later on. He called it a life-changing moment. Good deal for him. Put it aside. On James Cook, the only guy of the group that could have re-signed, really, that has yet to re-sign. We're talking about him today, and I put up a Twitter poll, and it feels like when you put up a Twitter poll in this spot, and it goes 50-50, that you got it right. You nailed what the value that would split people. Like I'm an odds maker in Vegas, and I set the line at 157.5, and the final score was a total of 157. Like, oh, got it. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Came down to the last shot. The question is that you're Brandon Beane, and a call comes in offering you a high third for Cook. 68th pick, high third. We'll take him for a high third, and they're going to pay him, and you're not going to worry about what the money is, but you're going to do it. Would you do it? Would you trade Cook for the 68th pick in this draft? And right now it is 50-50. 50.7 saying yes, 49.3 saying no, and it's kind of bouncing back and forth. We're getting some lead changes there. So half the fans would trade Cook for a third.
Yeah.
I put high third because there's a big gap between the first of the third and the last of the third. I was going to go middle third. I picked the Raiders. So 68th pick for Cook, half the fans would see you later. Which I guess is not surprising.
Yeah, probably not.
It's good value. I couldn't possibly put it any higher than a third-round pick. He was a second, and he's about to be expensive and cost a second in a draft that's chock full of running backs. So maybe you get to the third and all the backs are gone, and there's a team that, oh, no, we didn't get a guy we want to get. The Raiders might be a team that goes and gets Ashton Jeanty from Boise State. Whatever. The point is just, would you do it? And Nate, I might say that there's something at work here that ties in with the other stuff the Bills are going to do in the draft. If they draft a rookie running back, people think the offense just won't miss a beat. Who gets Cook's carries? It's Ty Johnson. It's Ray Davis. It's this new
guy,
this new rookie,
that
just jumps in and becomes James Cook, and the offense won't miss a beat. The amount of faith in Josh Allen, 3 people really, okay, maybe 4 parties. The faith that people have in Allen, Joe Brady, Shakir, and the line. Doesn't it stop there? There's a lot of, hey, I think Kincaid. Hey, I believe in Coleman. Palmer should be. But the actual bedrock of the offense right now is Allen, Brady, Shakir, and the line.
Yeah.
And if you just ditch Cook, we're kind of going right back into the whole, it doesn't matter who plays for this team.
Yeah.
And I want to be very careful to ever get to that spot.
Because nobody in Kansas City, you're not saying, well, we can sacrifice here because of the quarterback. They keep taking swings at wide receivers. They continue to do it.
They've done it off years where they finished first in total offense.
Yes.
They draft a receiver.
Yeah.
And they've missed on some, and they've hit on some. But yeah, they are continuously going after that.
They're so frustrated. I mean, what they get, high level play from this version of Kareem Hunt. I don't know. I can't. Maybe they should not just use that. But I think in Baltimore, they looked at it and say Lamar just came off an MVP season. More help. More help. Hurts went to the Super Bowl. Had a down season. More help.
Yeah.
And even before that, trade for A.J. Brown. So they're, I mean, these other teams with great quarterbacks, they don't view it as we have a great quarterback, so we don't have to do this. It's not really, I think that's a flawed ideology. We've got a great quarterback, so we don't need that much around him. He's going to get more from guys. That's true, but you don't want him getting more from everyone. You can get more from a number 3 receiver than other teams will. And it's this whole thing, this misconception that the greats did it by themselves. Brady had like a 3-year window where his receivers were bad. And then what did they do? Traded for like one of the best receivers of all time in Randy Moss. And then they went undefeated and lost the Super Bowl, obviously. But
it's also worth mentioning, when Brady left, where did he go?
To a place with fantastic receivers.
The best weapons he could possibly ask for.
Yeah. At the end, in fairness.
He was still great.
He was still great.
But that's the spot he wanted to land. Not to say that Allen's going to, follow that path.
And isn't the reason he wanted to land at a spot like that was because he didn't have that in New England?
Yeah, by the time he was done in New
better
England,
situation.
Right, he had won a bunch of Super Bowls, so that probably helped it throughout time.
Sure.
And maybe the Bills do that this year, and that'd be great. But on Cook, I'm going to be a little nervous. You want to talk about it after next year? That's fine. The idea of trading him now, he is my most explosive player on offense. He gave them long rushing touchdowns, and the value there is huge. Is Allen their best runner? That's the thing we've said for a long time. Is he still their best runner, or is it Cook?
It's Cook.
Yeah, it's probably Cook. We finally got to a spot where the quarterback wasn't the leading rusher every week, which is something the Bills were aiming for. So, to me, the most interesting part of the Cook equation is the Bills set forth a plan to be this kind of team. They gave him the primary role in doing it. He succeeded greatly. They came around on his character and or preparation, from not trusting him to McDermott talking about him like he's a dog. Mm-hmm. This guy's the best. Love this guy. Love the look in his eye. All that happened. You tell me they're going to trade him for a third-round pick?
Yeah.
Again, we just kind of created that price. It's not out there. I have a tough time believing that. McDermott and Bean, are they at odds here? And that's one thing worth mentioning. The structure of the Bills is that both the GM and the coach report to the owner. There's not really a GM is in charge of the coach situation. They work in tandem. I'm sure they don't agree on everything. Has there been a player McDermott would say, we got to pay this guy, and Bean says, I just, from a financial standpoint, I think we can get that return somewhere else? I mean, that could be a lot of different guys. So anyway, Cook, on trade value, if you want to do it, you give us a ring, 803-0550. Also, I was thinking about the draft, and Ben Johnson, new Bears coach, said something recently that I want to play for you because it's important for the Bills. Yes, Ben Johnson for the Bills, because he lays out something that the league will eventually figure out. Maybe the league has figured it out, and soon people that are on the games on broadcasts will as well. Dan in Ellicottville is up. Hey, Dan.
Morning, guys. My trade idea for Cook is not to trade him. I just don't get this. I get the devaluation of the running back over the years, but on this team specifically, I don't think you can look at it totally globally across the league. This team, he's the most explosive offensive player we have on a team that just broke the franchise record for points, on a team whose run-pass split is as close to 50-50 as it has been in the Allen era, who just won the MVP regardless of that. He not only has explosive speed, which he proved multiple times, he's tough as hell in the hole. He ran over guys multiple times inside the 10. I guess I don't understand how you can pay a number 2 receiver, which I think we agree, Shakir's at that level, who might get 5 touches a game more than a guy who might get 15 to 20, who's your most explosive player. I mean, I get it. He doesn't block. And to me, that's the Bills' bargaining chip. I do understand $15 million is too much, but you said more than once here. I mean, how these things can be structured. This money is just doesn't make a lot of sense. Give him 4 for $50, which is 12.5, but only 38's guaranteed. Throw in void years, whatever the heck void years are, on the end to spread out the pain. And you guys said it earlier. He does not have nearly the mileage a guy at his age that most lead backs have. He didn't run a lot, he was like the third back at Georgia. He doesn't play third downs here. He didn't play a ton as a rookie. So his mileage is not a lot. I just think you run a serious risk of creating an issue in the locker room with a ticked off player. That's all of his peers on the same timeline on that team get extended. So I'm an advocate for keeping. I'm not at any price, to be clear, but I just think they have to figure out a way to get him in the door. So, and if you're still taking applications for the old guy correspondent that you guys referred to yesterday,
you want to be it?
I'm close to retirement. I need something to do. I'm happy to send in a resume. I'd be happy to fill that role. So,
perfect.
Thanks, guys. Have a good morning.
Thanks, Dan. Dan's mentioning yesterday we're talking about if the 90s or the 80s or the 70s Bills come up. I mean, I'm the old guy on the show. I'm going to be 46. Like, we've got a blind spot. So Dan is on the list. He's in the is it consortium? A circle of trust.
Circle of trust.
A tribunal. Call in from the old guy club and let us know. Like, hey, how good was insert player here who I can't even think of off the top of my head.
Cookie Gilchrist.
Albert Dubinian, thanks, Dan. So, all right, on the cap thing, because this is always worth mentioning to me. Contract numbers, I should never think about them. Cook wants $15 million a year. All right, he's not going to get 15. But percentage of cap is so important because the cap goes up so much every year that a contract of $7 million 3 years ago equivalent is like 11 now.
Yeah.
It's everything moves so quickly. So just to give you an idea, running backs in the NFL, I've got their percentage of the cap that they take up at the time of their signing. And it's not a lot. In the entire NFL, the percentage of cap at signing for running back. Let me give you the top 5 guys, and then I want to put that in context where the Bills are. So Christian McCaffrey, when he signed, got 7.4% of the salary cap. Barkley, who just signed this year as the highest paid running back, is under that. He got a lower percentage of the cap. By the time you get down to the 5th running back, Josh Jacobs, 4.7% of the cap, is the 5th highest paid running back. To give you a bit of context, Joey Bosa is 4.5. The 5th highest paid running back is the same as Khalil Shakir's percentage of the cap.
Yeah. But isn't that exactly that? That's the point you're talking about, or when people are talking about the wide receiver contracts, it's not necessarily the fact that Chase just got 40 a year. It's the fact that he's going to count 18% of the cap?
I think the highest percentage receiver, I can pull that up to him at Spot Track. I think the highest receiver numbers have been like 13, 14.
Okay.
It's the highest. So 3 times as much plus.
For the best running back compared to the best wide receiver.
Right. It's like 1/3 the price.
Yes.
Or the 5th best running back.
And there are less great running backs than there are great wide receivers.
Well, that's the thing. It's obviously going to be about how replaceable a player is. And is Shakir replaceable? To a degree, yes. But the job of a GM is not to win the salary cap cup. It's not to, we got the best surplus value over dollar spent. That's not the job. The job is to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
So if you have a position like Spencer Brown, he's good. Let's sign him. Let's get him locked up. And that looks like a pretty darn good contract for the Bills. And you lock up players, you stop thinking about your holes, and you can kind of just, hey, I'm focusing on a couple things I'm missing. If they're to trade Cook because they think they shouldn't sign him or a running back's not worth it, they create a hole that maybe you think is easy to fill, and you might be right about that. But it's wild that the 6th highest paid running back in the NFL is James Conner on percentage of the cap, 3.7.
Yeah.
That is just above Josh Palmer's percentage of the cap with the Bills. They got and signed Josh Palmer. What do you think? Well, that's fine. Great deal. 3 years, whatever. It's not that much money. But if they give James Cook the same contract, he's the 6th highest paid running back. I almost feel like I'm with you on it might be the position you can replace, and you shouldn't spend premium draft capital on because these guys can come from a lot of places. But the reality is that there's probably too much sticker shock on the running backs these days. You just don't need it. Christian Benford got a good percentage of the cap. How many running backs make more than Christian Benford on percentage of the cap? 3. McCaffrey, Barkley, Taylor. Benford plays a much more important position. I get that. I'm just saying, the idea of breaking the bank on a running back, I mean, if you made Cook the 5th highest paid back in the league, it just would not be that big a deal. And by next year, it'd be even less. It's not the kind of money. It's not the kind of money that's ever going to prevent you from signing some stud receiver, some stud pass rusher. What it's going to take away from is, your 3rd defensive tackle that you sign off the street. It's going to take away from your Larry Ogunjobi contract instead. So 803-0550. More calls here. Mark in Tonawanda. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. My 2 favorite political opponents. How are we doing this morning?
Very good.
I disagree that James Cook, he's not on the field when it matters most because of pass protection. And that money, to what you just said, Jeremy, that could go to Connor McGovern or a Torrance deal down the road because he's coming up. And I just think it's the Josh Allen and this offensive line effect that anybody you put back there behind this offensive line, I mean, it tends to revitalize who's our third guy? He's catching all the balls in the backfield.
Ray Davis?
He's on for pass. Yes. Ray Davis and the other guy.
Ty Johnson. Mm-hmm.
Ty Johnson, yes. I mean, he was a nobody, really, until, he was a journeyman. He comes and plays here, and now he's signed for 2-3 more years. I mean, I just think we can get that kind of value from someone else. And if you can get we traded, a third-round pick for Amari Cooper? I think we can get more than a third-round pick for James Cook. I would be all in. Our most explosive player, to the other caller, is Josh Allen. And with him being able to run the football, I just don't think you have to pay a running back, nor should you. I don't have to listen to you guys. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. On anybody could do it. I mean, you're dealing in less than full yards when doing this, but just on next-gen stats, I mention this a lot. Cook is a top 10 back in rush yards over expected. That removes the system. That's the ball's been handed off, the fancy little dots do their dance, and the number gets crunched, and here's the best running back. Who's best in the league? Derrick Henry. Who's second best in the league? Saquon Barkley. And there's Cook in the top 10. Ray Davis, not close. Far off.
And James Cook's tied for third in the league with 40-plus yard runs last year. I mean, those are... And the other part, to Mark's point, Josh can run. But the whole point is they've been trying to remove the necessity or the reliance of him being the primary runner in the offense. They still... I think part of last year why they ended up being as good as they were the year before, if not a little bit better, more efficient, it's because they finally were able to have a running back room they could rely on. They could rely on all three guys in different ways. But that room doesn't work without the James Cook a part of it, in my opinion.
Sure. What's the hardest thing to find in a running back? Let's start there.
The hardest thing to find in a running back?
You draft a running back. Why is running back X going to get big play?
Yeah.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
Okay. The Bills have James Cook. He is a big play back. Is he not?
Yes.
Who's the most recent big play back they had before him? It was not Zach Moss.
C.J. Spiller.
C.J. Spiller, very briefly. But that was exciting. He had one good year. Really good year. Before that, who is it? I mean, they drafted McGahee to be that. I mean, it's Travis It doesn't have to be Bills. The point I'm getting at is, if you were to lay out, these are the things we want in a running back. You want 3-down back. You want can pass protect, can catch the ball, can make guys miss in the hole. Boil it down to what you really want. What you want is rush yards over expected, is it not? I know it's a complicated kind of whoever does this stuff for NFL Next Gen Stats. That part of it can be complicated. Isn't it just, I want a guy that gets more than he should? Isn't that it? You have that. So
let me ask you this.
He's not perfect, but he's giving you one of the most important things that you would want.
It's going to be a different conversation because they just paid two wide receivers. Chase Brown.
I think Chase Brown is darn good.
I think he's fantastic. They going to pay him?
That's a great question. They don't have to yet, right?
No, I think he's going to be. I think this is his third year.
Okay. Where is he in rush yards over expected? Meh.
Yeah?
It's fine. It's not good. I mean, he's over 0, but meh.
He's got eight rushes over 20 yards, 1 over 40. He can catch the ball at the back.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, that has to be a part of it.
Yes, he can.
Yeah.
Anyway, good. We're loving the conversation. If you're on hold, stick with us. Get to your calls, 803-0550. I just threw it out there. Third rounder for Cook. Let's establish a price. You want to do that? You want to do a third for Cook? Or, stick with it, keep building, try to win this year. You can franchise tag him next year. And I mentioned the Ben Johnson clip. I'll play that for you coming up as well. Ben Johnson said something regarding the Bears and the NFL these days that I'm fully anticipating will start to get more attention. He's the only one saying it, and he's right. And the numbers the last 3 years back it up. It's coming up.
Bills cornerback Christian Benford makes things official with the Bills yesterday, signing his 4-year, $70 million contract extension. He gets roughly $18 million at signing, and the contract has only a $2.6 million cap hit in the first season. If you want to hear what he had to say with the media at his press conference yesterday, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Another day, another Aaron Rodgers report, this time coming from ESPN's Kevin Seifert. Seifert reports that Rodgers and Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell have had multiple discussions this offseason. The Vikings are still waiting on an offseason evaluation of rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy, who suffered a knee injury last summer and kept him out of the entirety of the 2024 season. Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday saying he's not interested in a short-term deal with the team. He also noted the team told him a deal would be finalized this offseason. However, he has been looking for a long-term contract for the last 3 years with no success yet. UB women's basketball wins over Cleveland State last night, 74-69. They are headed to the NIT Finals, and they will be hosting the NIT Finals. The Bulls will be hosting Troy at Alumni Arena on Saturday for a 5 o'clock tip-off. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
The way I understand it right now from our analytics team, the EPA in the passing game is really one of the most critical factors in determining wins and losses right now. That's probably changed over the last 5 years or so. I would have said 5 years ago, turnovers, takeaways, that was number one. From what I understand now, that EPA for the passing game has now surpassed that. So whatever team has the higher passing game EPA at the end of the game, they generally win that game. It's over 80% of the time. It's a huge stat, and that's where we look to how do we help inflate that number, higher completion percentage, more run after catch opportunities. That's not to say we're not going to take our shots down the field and look for big explosive plays, chunks, or touchdowns that way, but there's a lot of ways we can get that done.
Ben Johnson, coach of the Bears. Tie this into the Bills real quick. Good morning, Jeremy and Nate. So, what he's saying there is, listen, it's not as easy as putting up on the screen turnovers. Passing EPA differential. He says that's the biggest indicator of wins and losses. That the analytics team says that. Nate, the lie detector detected, that was true. In the last 3 seasons, more predictive than turnover differential, more predictive than winning the turnover battle, passing EPA differential. And if you want a great example of this, how that actually offsets turnovers. And Bills fans, maybe you've been fighting this fight for a while. When you've been fighting this fight, I'm sure, with Dolphins fans. Oh, Josh throws interceptions. Doesn't matter. Yeah. I know they got the number down. Never mattered anyway because they win passing EPA differential. And a great game to give an example of this, and I know, like, again, fancy stat. It's not as cool as just writing 2 turnovers. The Ravens playoff game was this. The Ravens playoff game was the Bills got a +3 turnover differential. And how'd the game go? They had to hold on for dear life as Mark Andrews dropped the ball in the end zone for a tying 2-point conversion. Why? Because passing EPA differential went to Baltimore.
Yeah.
That you can have 3 turnovers in a game. And if you are still going to outpace that other team in passing and stopping the pass, you have a better chance to win. So, Ben Johnson, we have now, update the count here, 1 coach that says this instead of just saying turnover battle.
Who's the most likely second coach to say it? McVay?
Whoever Jameis Winston's coach is at the time. No. Who's the second most likely? It can't be a defensive guy. No. You can't get a defensive coach to ever admit that something is more important than turnovers. That's going to be like 20 more years.
And I don't think it's Andy Reid.
Yeah. I don't know. Ben Johnson has said it a couple times.
Yeah.
That it's really about how well you pass it and stop the pass. McDermott won't say it, but the Bills...
Everything they do suggests it.
The Bills have certainly built like that.
Yep.
And that's where, as the Bills head into this offseason, and this draft, they're already well into the offseason, as they head into this draft, if they draft defensive tackle, corner, safety, what does that do? That will not help Josh Allen on that side of it, but passing EPA differential, that helps that department. That helps that formula. The Bills this last year had, I think, their shakiest pass defense they've had in the McDermott era.
Would agree.
And still won a lot.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't say, Well, you don't need a good pass defense.
Ended up being their Achilles heel at the end, though.
Yeah, it really was. So improving that will help. Joe says a lot. They can't keep up their turnover numbers. I think that's probably right, and they won't have to. If they get their...
On both sides,
That's right. That's right. If they get their defense back to just, I don't need all those turnovers. What I need them is to just stop the pass a little more effectively. They'll win a million.
Get off
they'll
the friggin' field on third down.
Yep. They'll just win a million games.
Yeah.
Passing EPA differential was a bigger indicator of who would win the last 3 years than turnovers. By 1%. But it's still ahead. They don't ask how.
That's right.
How many?
They just ask how. They don't ask how many.
Something like that. We'll get some more calls in. Talking a lot about James Cook and whether or not the Bills should move him. Like what the plan is. You want to make it about this year, next year. 803-0550. Get some more calls in here. Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, guys. Simple. I'd sit there and say, keep him on the team to this year, franchise and tag him next year, and trade him at that time if he's not going to, because he's going to have to play this year if he wants to get any money, one way or another. And, Bean was right. We're not going to negotiate out in social media. He wants to negotiate there. His brother did it. It didn't work out well from him. And if he wants to be on a chance to get a Super Bowl ring, he's on a good team to do it. But if he wants to keep, acting like he doesn't want to be here, well, good. You know what? You could play out your last year of your contract, and the next year we'll franchise tag you and get rid of you in a trade when we can maybe find somebody else.
Thanks, Dennis. One thing I just want to point out, it did work for his brother. His brother, I don't exactly know what he did up to the contract that he got. Dalvin Cook signed 5 years, $63 with Minnesota before, the career ends up ultimately ending. But that's a success story. Dalvin Cook is a success story. Sit out, do what you got to do, get paid. His career ends quickly, like all running backs tend to end quickly, and he's got, $50 million in the bank from a job well done. So
I also don't I think for the sake of, let's just be consistent, I don't think that James Cook has ever acknowledged or said or implied he doesn't want to be here. Like, you could say run him into the ground, tag him, trade him, because that's what's best for the team. But I don't think they're going to do it because he doesn't want to be here. I don't know that he does or doesn't. I just would say that saying he doesn't want to be here, I don't think is rooted in any facts.
Yeah, that tends to be a line that any team will go to if a guy leaves. Like, hey, he
just didn't want to be here.
Yeah, right. Well, he wants to be a place that'll pay him the most, which, I wouldn't begrudge too many players that. But on Cook, it's interesting. He says 15. He might take 12. He might take 10. He might take, again, like it's not as easy as just, 3 years, $15 million per. You could give him X number of dollars guaranteed, put a void year on there, the dead cap after 2. It's really all these numbers can be funny money.
Yeah.
It's about whether or not you want to commit to Cook.
He's got a number, and I don't think it's an average per year number necessarily. Well, he could have an average per year number, but his agents probably don't.
Right. And let's be real. Every single guy the Bills just signed, Shakir, Rousseau, Benford, Bernard, can I comfortably say their first offer was probably higher than what they took? Aren't these parties meeting in the middle? The Bills don't just show up at Shakir's doorstep and say, how about this? Okay,
yeah. Right.
I mean, maybe that happens sometimes. It really might happen sometimes. But everybody, goes back and forth. The difference is Cook is...
I think it happens in Dallas, but...
Yeah, maybe. 80305.
You're going to give me that? Yeah, all right, let's sign it.
James in Hamilton. Hey, James.
Hi there. I love the conversation about the valuation of turnovers earlier, especially because it seemed like early on James Cook had this problem. He was, dropping the ball, was getting punched out, and it seems to have gotten fixed. So I guess wouldn't that be of greater value to McDermott and Bean based on their history? Does it feel like we could reward someone, and if we reward Cook for that, and then if we're just going to the next guy up, if we end up trading Cook, aren't we just risking that coming back into play? More fumbles on someone who gets 20, 25 carries a game.
Yeah. They employed Singletary. It's odd. I asked the question to Nate a little bit ago. I said, rank the things that are important for a running back. What do you want from a running back? And one of the things is obviously hold on to the ball. And the Bills trusted Devin Singletary for years, despite being
one of the highest.
Yeah, he's a
turnover rate. He fumbled a lot.
He's a fumble merchant.
Yeah,
and they trusted him in the face of lots of evidence that he fumbled the ball quite a bit. And Cook, knock on wood, he does not. He fumbled on his first career carry against the Rams, and then he fumbled against Denver, right, in the game with 12 men on the field. Dorsey's last game, I think he fumbled in that game. And is that it? You have the occasional drop, that's for sure. You get drops in the passing game, but you also get good catches in the passing game. One thing Cook has given them, let's talk about it this way. How do you think Joe Brady feels about this? Does Joe Brady see it as, just give me any guy? Because Joe Brady does not feel that about Shakir, because they could have let Shakir do this same thing. Play him out and see what happens. Replaceable position. Shakir is a player that they generate touches for. They get the ball in his hands. And Cook is the same. You want to talk about how Ty Johnson and Ray Davis are also involved in the passing game, and they are. I see James Cook schemed into the passing game. Touchdown pass against the Chiefs where he's motioned out of the backfield and they find a spot. Against the Cowboys, Cook was a big factor, not just in the run game, but they threw against them. Brady schemes Cook into spots. They trust Cook to beat guys, to get open. And, for a team that doesn't have a lot of guys that do that well, he does. So I wonder what Brady feels about it. The offensive coordinator doesn't make all the decisions, but probably wants Cook to a point.
I would think he wants
Tim
Cook.
in Dallas. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think it's going to be a bad idea for, just to let him walk. I think he's Thurman Thomas 2.0. Since Thurman left, we haven't had a back as explosive who can catch the ball. He can probably give us 1,000 yards receiving and rushing if they, just upped his load. The guy's skilled. He has breakaway speed. He's improved each and every season. So I think he's worth the money. You know what I mean? If you ask me, I know we devalue the running back position in this league now, but Cook is just a dual threat. He can run and catch the pass. So you don't have a lot of running backs that can bring what he brings to the table. Now, you know what I mean? He kind of reminds you of the running back that's in Detroit right now.
Gibbs.
You know what I mean? With that explosiveness. Yeah, Gibbs. So he's a game changer. We definitely going to miss that production if they don't get a deal done. Because he fits in Brady's system like you just alluded to. So I think it'll be a big miss on our behalf.
Thanks, Tim. I mentioned with regard to Gibbs, like Cook and Gibbs are right next to each other each of the last 2 years in rush yards over expected. They are equally good at getting more than they're supposed to, according to Next Gen Stats. 803-0550 is
Why
our
are
phone
they
number.
viewed differently?
That's a great question. Is it because Gibbs doesn't get it as much? Gibbs is almost the, I don't want to say secondary guy, because when David Montgomery went out and got hurt, Gibbs got a bigger role. I don't know. Gibbs is viewed as a star, right?
Gibbs has like 50 more carries than James Cook. Gibbs also has double the amount of
Catches?
20-plus yard rushes. Gibbs... Yeah, and they're tied with 40-plus yard rushes. Gibbs is maybe just more consistent.
But if we're looking at rush yards over expected, he's not. They're the same. That would suggest that if you flopped them in each other's offenses, you'd have the same results. That's kind of what that says. 803-0550. Hey, sorry, before break, UB women get one more home game. The UB women's basketball
and a
team.
championship home game.
That's right. They're going to host Troy, 5 p.m. Alumni Arena, the WNIT championship game. Congratulations to UB after their win. So Alumni Arena, they did beat Troy in the season opener. These two teams opened against each other.
That's pretty awesome.
And it was a 2-point game. And they'll play in the women's NIT championship game Saturday, 5 p.m. at Alumni Arena. More of your phone calls. If you can stick with us, please do. Happy to have you. Jeremy and Joe, but Nate's in here on WGR.
35 seconds to go in the period. There's Ovechkin score! Career goal number 892!
Kenny Albert on the call there. Ovechkin scores 3 away. He's going to do it this year. And every goal that gets scored, he's going to do it this year. Let's hope.
God, I hope. That'd be cool.
Yes.
At least, I still think best case scenario, he ties it this year, breaks it next year.
I'll wait a year for that. What a cliffhanger. I mean, it would not be a big cliffhanger because we'd expect him to score
one more
goal.
Yeah.
Hey, join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team Saturday, June 28th. Once you join the team, you receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt, water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider. You can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. It's WGR550.com. I'm also seeing here the pre-draft special, the Chopin Bulldog pre-draft special. It's a week before the draft. 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. We bring you the insights and mock draft predictions, insider information, guest appearances from me. That's how I'm finding out I'm on that show. No, it's fine. Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, Sal Capaccio. The show is presented by your Upstate Honda dealers. Visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today for excellent deals on the entire Honda lineup, including the all-new Honda Passport. 803-0550. We've talked a lot about not Ben Johnson. We've talked a little about Ben Johnson. A lot about James Cook. And his house is up for sale. That doesn't have to mean really anything. It's just kind of any little in, like, oh, okay, here's Cook again. What is the value Cook brings to the team? What should the plan be for him? I've offered up a third-round pick. Would you do it? 68th overall, and that is 50-50 on a Twitter poll. So you can go to the Twitter poll. You can vote on that if you'd like. James Cook and the Bills. We've got plenty of draft coverage to continue. I see, Nate, you are in love with a mock draft.
Oh, yeah. The Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson second-round draft, they based it on the first round of Eric Edholm's mock draft.
And the Bills came away with?
Corner, defensive tackle, safety.
Wow.
And I loved all of them.
Oh, jeez.
Thomas from Florida State, long at 30, 6'2", 200. Yes. Then Williams, the defensive tackle from Ohio State in the second, 56. And Xavier Watts at 62.
The fun part about the draft is we're 3 weeks out. Today, how many defensive players do you love? 200. Love these guys.
I like a lot of guys.
200 guys.
Yeah.
2 days after the draft, how many you like? Like 8. These 8 are my guys.
These particular 8.
These were the 8.
All along.
The other ones, I saw red flags.
Right.
I didn't like them. Not as much as I thought
Luxury.
I did.
They were luxuries.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm excited to find out who we love forever. 803-0550. We'll get your calls on the other side on James Cook. And I also want to get to a thought about Sean McDermott and the pressure on McDermott. Given the draft strategy everyone thinks they're going to employ, what kind of pressure is there on the Bills head coach to immediately produce with that? That's coming up along with your calls on James Cook here on WGR.
update.
Good morning. Christian Benford officially puts pen to paper, making things official with the Bills yesterday, signing his 4-year, $70 million contract extension. Benford gets roughly $18 million as a signing bonus, and the contract has a cap hit of only $2.6 million this season. If you want to hear what he had to say with the media at his press conference yesterday, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Another day, another Aaron Rodgers report, this time coming from ESPN's Kevin Seifert. Seifert reports that Aaron Rodgers and the Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell have had multiple conversations this offseason. The Vikings are still waiting on an offseason evaluation of rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy, who suffered a knee injury last summer that kept him out for the entirety of the 2024 season. Signing Rodgers would likely mean that McCarthy would have to sit out another year and probably wouldn't see much NFL action until 2026. Rodgers has been going back and forth between the Vikings and the Pittsburgh Steelers all offseason so far. Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, saying he's not interested in a short-term deal with the team. He also noted that the team told him a deal would be finalized this offseason. However, he said he has been asking for a long-term contract with the team for the last 3 years with no success yet. The Bengals have already signed both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins this offseason for a combination of $276 million. UB women's basketball is headed to the NIT Finals after an impressive 74-69 win over Cleveland State last night. The Bulls will be hosting Troy at Alumni Arena on Saturday for a 5 o'clock tip-off. You can listen to that game on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
He was in Carolina when they picked Christian McCaffrey in round 1. He was in Carolina when they had D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart, two highly picked, highly regarded talents at that position. But it feels like Brandon Beane, and I think the whole Bills operation, has shown that they have evolved in their team-building process and how they kind of do things. I think 4th round would make a lot of sense and would just give you that insurance, and maybe that would signal the earlier that pick is, the idea that maybe Brandon Beane's like, hey, I need to just make this selection at running back as a contingency plan if James Cook won't budge off that $15 to $16, $17 million per year deal. I mean, we even saw him pick Ray Davis last year in the 4th round, and he played pretty well.
Chris Trapasso with Mike Shope and the Bulldog yesterday. He of CBS Sports. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out this week and Nate is in. We're talking James Cook to a point. Let's play that out. Can they have 4 running backs on the roster? Is there room?
There's literally not room.
So, yeah, what would they do? They draft one, 4th round.
Make a hard decision on Ray Davis.
Okay.
That's what you would do. He's a 5th round pick?
4th. He's a 4th.
Yeah. That's a hard decision, but that's what are you going to do? You already paid Ty Johnson. Ty Johnson's here. Your top 2 running backs are here.
Mm-hmm.
What you're telling me is you'd be drafting someone that you like better than Ray Davis, who you have to have in that 3rd position.
I just don't understand how they could possibly do that.
I don't think
if they do that, they would immediately have to trade Cook.
Yes.
Immediately.
Or one of the other guys.
Or soon before the season starts.
Yes.
Before roster size matters, they have to trade or get rid of somebody. And I don't know. You guys know me. I'm not prepared to watch them spend their, hold on, let me check into the math here. Singletary, Moss, Cook, and Davis, and this new player, 5th draft pick on a running back in the top 4 rounds. And in that same span of time, they have spent 2 picks at receiver. Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
Shakir would be a
Shakir.
5th.
Yeah, 5th.
First 4 rounds. I would be at 5 running backs to 2 receivers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm being tested.
Your will is being tested.
My will is being tested.
Yeah.
All right. On James Cook. He put his house up for sale. That doesn't have to mean anything. It's kind of a funny little in, we'll see where this goes. But if you want to tell us what your plan for Cook would be, let us know. I want to dig into the results of our Twitter poll as we're tracking them. You're offered a 3rd round pick. It's a high 3rd, 68th overall. Would you take it? 2,500 votes are in, Nate. It is
the number. It's a numbers game, and you've got numbers.
It is 50.1 to 49.9.
Down the middle.
You know what? Bean can take this tweet right to the Raiders. I mean, look at this. Who says no? This looks like a fair deal. The people say it's right down the middle. Cook for the 68th pick. Who says no? Raiders or Bills? Probably Raiders because they've drafted a running back 6th.
Yeah. What about
Dallas? What's the better plan? Drafting the running back 6th and then drafting a 2nd and drafting a 3rd, or trading a 3rd for the running back and drafting somebody else 6th?
I mean, that's probably the better idea.
That's where I get to.
But you end up you have to pay Cook in a year or right now.
You do have to pay Cook in a year.
Sure. But would you be paying? What's the 6th pick getting?
The 6th pick, I don't know. Is it a player of great significance that could make a great difference for you? Has Travis Hunter slipped to that spot? Probably not 6, but I could get a lot of really good players. I'm still very much, while I'm not staunchly in the never pay a running back any second contract, I don't live there anymore. I probably do live in the do not draft 1/6.
Yeah, I would say that I live there. Yeah.
It is tough because we all kind of have to put on 2 different hats when we're playing fantasy football. Like, man, I hope that guy goes 6th because I'm going to draft that guy in my fantasy league. But if I was a team, I would not be drafting that guy 6th.
No.
I mean, Gibbs went high, and that looks like it's been good for them. Could someone else have done that? James Cook's a 2nd-round pick, and he's similar to Gibbs. Anyway, what do you want to do, folks? The James Cook saga.
The crazy thing, though, about Detroit, they had a very good trio. They had Swift and Jamal Williams. Jamal Williams led the league in touchdowns.
From 1 yard out.
And they let him go. And then they traded Swift and signed Montgomery and drafted Gibbs.
Well, it all comes down to what you want your running back to do well. Swift, I say this is someone that's had him in fantasy football and watched him a lot of times, isn't good.
No.
He's not good. And Jamal Williams, he scored 16 touchdowns from a yard away. James Cook's average touchdown was, 20 yards?
I don't know if it was that much.
Yeah, it's pretty high. Barkley's was the highest in the league, and Cook was 2nd. So anyway, if you're going to give us a call on that, what do you want to do? Before we get to calls, I want to bring up one more point, and if you want to chime in about this, too, on the defense. A little true or false, little thought exercise. If the Bills add a 1st-round corner, 2nd-round defensive tackle, 2nd-round safety or edge, whatever 3 positions you want, are we anticipating their defense is just going to be top 5? There's got to return to glory. Is that the message for the Bills defense this year is return to glory? Regular season. I mean, postseason they often don't bathe themselves in glory. Last year you could have understood that. Last year they did not have a great defense, so. To get chewed up in the playoffs a couple times, not really a surprise by Baltimore, who did pretty well against them, despite the interception and fumbles. And then the Chiefs, of course, had no problem. That was a statement about the Bills' defense. Previous years, the Bills' defense has been very good and let them down in the postseason. So I kind of want to ask, you're going to add a rookie corner? You're over here telling me you love this draft. Wow, safety, corner, defensive tackle, love these fits. And with the Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, Joey Bosa, they've made moves. They've added a lot of pieces. The Bills return to glory on defense. Would you buy it? Or do you think it's a unrealistic expectation because they'd be young and they'd have so much turnover?
I think it'd be an unrealistic
expectation. The offense just went through that and went to the top. That's carried by Josh Allen, of course. So
I think that'd be an unrealistic expectation.
Well, it's a lot of pressure on McDermott to get it there. And Bobby Babbage, for that matter. Brendan in Buffalo is up. Hey, Brendan, good morning.
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Good.
Good. Well, hey, I've been down here in Tampa with my wife and daughter snowbirding since we lost the AFC Championship. So shout out Odyssey app. It's been great to hear you guys. I'm on my morning run listening on the Hillsborough River. But I got to say, it's not Cass Creek. So I'm excited to get home next week. Anyway, a few thoughts on James Cook. His house is for sale. It's listed at $710, right? It's priced too high. He's not selling the house. He's not going anywhere. There's bigger houses in better neighborhoods in Orchard Park for $100,000 less than that. So, one, that's posturing. Two, I think my heart rate's jacked up, not for my run, but just some of the calls I've heard about. He's got a fumbling problem. We want to trade him for a third-round pick. I mean, we have a proven player in his prime. People are going to lose their minds when I say this, but like $15 million a year is not a lot of money at like percentage to the cap, right? I mean, if you give him 15 a year, we're at 5-6% first year. Cap's going up. Even if you keep him for the next 3 years, like they trade him for a third-round pick, what do? Keep drafting running backs in the second, third, or fourth round the next 5 years and see if it works? Or, I don't know, you could draft a wide receiver. But anyway, those are my thoughts. I think he's staying for sure. It's all posturing. He saw this happen with his brother, right? He got a second contract.
His brother got paid.
Drafted him, and his brother got paid, and then he had a hard time staying anywhere. Granted, different point in his career after he left the Vikings. So I think they pay him, and we're in win-now mode, right? So that's it. Go Bills. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks. You know what? You make me think about something here, Brendan. Let me look up, because percentage of cap is huge here, like percentage of cap. When Dalvin Cook signed his extension in Minnesota, 5 years, $63 million, an average of 12 per year, which this will drive home the point about the running back salaries kind of stalling. Dalvin Cook signed for 6.3% of the cap. Right now, in the NFL, 2 running backs are over that. But when Cook signed, he was behind McCaffrey, Zeke, Kamara, and David Johnson. McCaffrey signed for 8% of the cap in 2020. His extension, which pays him way more than that, is 7.4. So it's always worth considering percentage of the cap. Where do I find this if you ever want to play around with this tool? Spottrack.com, NFL salary rankings, pick your position, and then you can go AAV percentage of cap. Because I started doing this with receivers whenever someone says, like, oh my goodness, these receiver salaries are out of control. So-and-so's the highest paid receiver ever. It's like, actually, it came in less than a deal 3 years ago for Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
So which is it? It's just that the numbers have to go up. They're always going up.
They will continue going up.
So Dalvin Cook got, in 2020, a way higher share of the salary cap than Cook can probably even dream of.
Probably.
He got 6 point whatever I just said.
Yeah.
And Cook, if Cook comes in at 5, he'd be making way more.
Yes.
So I think his brother would be telling him, I thought I was going to play for a while. Then what do you do? Go to the Jets and then the Cowboys?
Yeah,
it's over. It's over fast.
It was over. I don't know. There may not be a more recent example of how quickly you can fall off a cliff.
Because did he get hurt? He just
no.
It just stopped.
He just kept getting injured like all the time.
Yeah, not season ending, but like
shoulder
nagging.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he went from big play merchant to worst. You talk about rush yards over expected. His last 2 years as a starter were like bottom 10 amongst qualifying starters.
Yeah.
It was bad, which is why they ate all that money.
803-0550. Thanks, Brendan, for the phone call. Right, that's who we just took was Brendan? It said Brendan in Buffalo. He said he was in Tampa, making sure that's who did we just talk to Brendan? Okay. I mean, just saying. He's out there running in Tampa in beautiful weather. You should have to give us money when you said that. You should have to give us $5 just to tell us it's nice where you live. It's an idea. It's overcast here again. WillWeSeeTheSun.com. I need that website. Lee in Buffalo. Hey, Lee.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good, yeah. I got 2 things. My first thing is with this James Cook situation. I'm sort of old school. I'm almost 50. I think your offensive line is good as your running backs, unless you're Barry Sanders. That's the way I look at it. And the other thing that I want to mention to you were talking about the defense. I was just throwing this out here, just thinking, instead of running into the situation that the Bills ran into with Kaiir Elam, drafted him, expected him to come in right away and be a first-time starter, and it didn't work out. It wasn't a great draft pick. I don't know what the problem was. This is just my thinking process. Do you guys think maybe if Rasul Douglas doesn't come back on board, is there a good chance that they might draft a couple, maybe not one, but two, maybe three corners? And then if one of them doesn't work out, then you got two to fall back on. And I know that McDermott and Bean like to try to get guys that fit their system and everything of that sort. You know, guys come back like Dane Jackson. Is it so hard to pick up the phone and call Tre'Davious White and say, hey, why don't you come back on a one-year prove-it deal?
Well, I mean, Dane Jackson is back. Tre'Davious White, I don't know. I don't know what he's got left. But would they draft multiple corners? I would fully expect that.
I would expect that too.
The over-under on corners they draft, they have 10 picks. So I don't know if you'd expect them to use all 10. I wouldn't. They might try to trade and get into a third round, package a fourth and 2 fifths to get up to the third. Who knows what they can do. But over-under on corners selected is 2.5. I fully expect 2. And the Elam year, they did that. It's Elam and then Benford late, and Benford ends up being the guy. So it's one of the things about Bean's draft here, that Elam draft, is Elam stands out as the bust, and the rest of the draft is really good and extended. Everybody stayed. So, well, just about everybody. But, I mean, rookie corners, it's not unusual. That's what the Elam plan was supposed to be. The Elam miss, it's kind of almost understated how big of a miss it was because he could not get on the field.
Yeah.
If Elam had been Levi Wallace,
sure,
E.J. Gaines, Josh Norman's older self, these were guys that got on the field for the Bills that were not amazing. They just played the corner 2 spot.
Yep.
And when Elam was drafted, that's what was supposed to happen. And he could not get on the field. So it's one thing to draft a corner in that spot and he's not very good. He's our second corner, whatever.
Yeah.
And the Bills had the number 1 spot and the slot spot locked up for pretty much the entire time Elam was here, and he couldn't fill the other role ever. That's a stunning miss. And I asked Joe Marino yesterday if there's like a lesson learned, because one of the toughest things to do for these teams, or maybe we think it's tough, and some have a pretty good idea if they can do it. Well, this guy played zone. Can he play man? This guy played man. Can he play zone? It's not as easy as, well, he's a great man lock-up guy. But we play some zone, and if he can't make the reads and understand things quickly enough, he's going to get us in trouble. And finding the right guy, the right fit for your system, I wonder if maybe by the time the draft luncheon rolls around or next time we hear from Bean, lessons learned, because it really looks like they're in the same spot they were when they drafted Elam. Picking late, and you need a guy at that spot. I should go and find who was on the roster when they drafted Elam. Levi Wallace, it was right after 13 seconds, right? Right after 13 seconds. Levi Wallace isn't fast enough, right? I have the years right.
Yep.
By the way, everyone is forgiven if not remembering which Chiefs loss you're talking about.
That's right.
So,
No, that's right.
But it was after that. They signed Vaughn and they drafted Elam. Those are 2 things they did. And Elam was because they needed to get faster.
Faster, more athletic.
Yep. And never happened. He's not on the field. So it's such a miss. But it's also proof that you can survive misses if there are enough hits, and Benford's in that draft.
Yeah, well, I would. They got lucky. Just call it what it is. I mean, They got very lucky that draft because they get hammered. Right, they're being torched right now. If it's not for Christian Benford, they're getting hammered for it. And the other puzzling piece of this,
if not for Christian Benford, wouldn't they have done something more drastic at corner by now?
They probably would have had to.
They would not have been. They would not have lived life with. I mean, they already did. They trade for Rasul Douglas in the process as well.
I just, the puzzling part of all this is what we talked about, like what I mentioned earlier, is like they can make a lot out of a little at that position. And they never thought they could make anything from him.
Even though he made plays.
Yes. And like Joe, I know Joe's really hammering this with Elam, is when he was out there, he wasn't terrible. But
they never trusted him.
They never trusted him.
Unless they had to.
Right. He was their
break less.
We got.
Right, what are you going to do?
This is it.
Get out there and good luck. And then he would intercept Mason Rudolph. Rudolph and who else? Did he intercept like Tua, Skylar Thompson? Who did he get the interception against? He got one against Mahomes.
One against Mahomes in the end zone.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, 803-0550.
Rudolph. I think he picked off Rudolph.
1-888-550-2550. How did he look in London? On the chat. What happened in the London game? In London, what I remember is Micah Hyde also getting beat by Calvin Ridley. Not just Kyer Elam. But yeah, not great.
Just a lot of bad London memories, to be quite honest. Not one really good one, to be honest.
Are the Bills going to go to Ireland? They're playing the Steelers. The Steelers are hosting an Ireland game.
And they're going to Pittsburgh. It's a road game.
Do we want them to go to Ireland?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Do you? You want them to go to Ireland?
I mean, you know.
It wouldn't be the Jaguars in London, so I guess I'd be open to it. I never want to play Jacksonville in London ever again.
Right.
Ever again.
I could sign up for that. The Steelers in Dublin.
I don't really want to play the Jaguars ever again. They slayed the Dragon last year, whooped them proper.
Yep.
But there's not a lot of, remember that was a great Jacksonville, that was a great matchup. They're not good games. I don't like them.
I was trying to decide if I want the Bills to go to Ireland.
I don't really like that entire division. The South is dumb. I don't like it. I don't like any team from that
Don't like
division.
the AFC South?
No. Don't like any team in that division.
You got to get you a hat that says the AFC South is dumb.
It's dumb.
I don't have a counter argument.
The AFC South is just it's the tush push of divisions.
I can't disprove that.
Yeah. It's dumb. I don't like any of the coaches. Don't like any of the quarterbacks. I mean, I don't know.
Would Cam Ward
I don't like any of the jerseys.
I mean, none of these points are hitting me as wrong.
Yeah.
It very much is the fact that every single playoff wildcard weekend, they're like, throw it in the AFC South spot.
Right.
4:30 on Saturday.
Yep. Just book the 4 seed in the AFC being a team from the AFC South.
Jags, Titans, all those Thursday night color rushes. You know, the NFL needs a consultant to come in and just, let's do a makeover.
Yes.
The AFC South needs work here. The
AFC South has never needed Queer Eye more.
Nobody takes you seriously.
Right.
You walk in here, you look like fools. Let's do something about the AFC South.
Extreme AFC South makeover.
Extreme division makeover.
Yes.
I mean, you're onto something here. 803-0550. We'll get right back to your phone calls. Sorry for the foray into, I don't know, designing a new division. Division design. There you go. There's the name of the show on HGTV.
Division design. Yeah.
I'm sure somebody on Reddit's already done that anyway. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. We're on to Cook. We're on to the Bills' defense and some rookies. When we get back, the Ravens owner said something that I wish the Bills might directly say.
Never miss a second of One Bills Live. Rewind up. 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Bills officially signed Christian Benford yesterday. He signs a 4-year, $70 million contract extension, getting $18 million as a signing bonus, and the contract has a cap hit of only $2.6 million in his first year after signing. If you want to hear what he had to say with the media, check out his press conference on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson said on the Pat McAfee show yesterday that he is not interested in a short-term deal with the team. He also noted the team told him that a deal would be finalized this offseason. However, he said he's been asking for a long-term contract for the team for the past 3 years with no success yet. UB women's basketball gets the win over Cleveland State last night, 74-69. They are headed to the NIT Finals where they will host Troy at Alumni Arena on Saturday, 45 o'clock tip-off. You can listen to that game on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Like they were in 2000.
I don't like waiting 12 years.
No.
And yet I'm respectful of the fact that I've got partners downstairs that still don't have one. Impatience is good for you. I think it's healthy to a degree because all of us still feel it, and if I had burned through 4 coaches, then it would be completely different because it's like, okay, now let's see what you can do. And now let's see, I know what we can do. I know that we work to put ourselves in position to win, and we all get credit for that, and that's all you can do. And I hate it that every year you just have to start back over again, but you know what, this is not for the meek.
No. And when we win it, we're going to start all over again and try to do it again.
Yeah, that euphoria will last about a minute.
That's Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti. We have a window with Lamar Jackson. I want to win now. I like one thing he said there. Impatience is good. What he said, impatience is good. I want to win now. You have a superstar freak show quarterback. You should be talking like that.
You should be impatient.
How about the Ravens? I don't like a 12-year drought. Super Bowl drought. I don't like a 12-year Super Bowl drought. I mean, we know something about droughts. And, it's not
from the Super Bowl.
No. But I don't like waiting 12 years. We got a window. I know what we can do. I know we work to put ourselves in position to win. We all get credit for that. That's all you can do. I hate every year you have to start over again. It's something I've said a few times about the Bills and their cap. Sometimes I think Brandon Beane talks like the job is to keep it sustainable for 5 to 6 to 7 years, and that is part of the job. At some point in those 5 to 6 to 7 years, there'll be pockets of a year or two where you do steal from one year to give to the other. And whether it's void years in contracts, and maybe we've seen them start to do that, adding a couple of void years here and there in some of these new deals, but want to win now. Every year you don't win it, you should push a little more in. And the Bills should be chasing the Josh Allen bet every year. And the fact that we're this far in, it should be pushed pretty hard to chase that Super Bowl and get that one. And there's no guarantee, I know that, but I wouldn't want them to slow play it in the interest of 2029. Don't have to care. Don't have to care about 2029. You are MVP caliber prime
right now.
803-0550. Not to say that they're expressly against that idea, but I don't want. It's not the time for prudence, I guess is what I would say. It's time for reckless optimism and all hands on deck. Jerry and Kenmore. Hope those aren't just platitudes. Guys. Hey, Jerry.
I like one of the things you need in an old guy correspondent is
you know you've reached that point when you say something your father or grandfather used to say, and everyone around you goes, "What did you just say?" You know what I'm saying? Like the other day, I said, "Are we going out to clean the shed?" And I said, "What's this we? Do you have a mouse in your pocket?" And everybody around me had no idea what I was talking about. I think some of those sayings need to come back, and they're a good sign of the old guy. But I want to talk about Cook. I think we have him where we want him, and that we have all the leverage here, and that we have him technically for 3 years on the rookie deal, and then potentially franchise, and something will get worked out because we hold almost all the advantages in this. But what I really want to talk about is the defense. I think it's time to draft players that are ready to play, not guys that have a higher upside or are projects. I think we have to plug guys into the lineup more readily than we ever have in the past.
Okay. No projects, just guys that are ready.
Yep. They need to play this year.
Yeah. Thanks, Sherry. How easy is that to tell the difference? Some guys are thought of as his ceiling is higher. You know, if the Bills, I guess what you're saying is they come up on the clock and they've got two players. Like, we think player A can play now. We think player B in 2 years might be better. Who should we draft? That's a good question.
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
Use, I think, the examples we have of drafts prior. Have they really swung at the high ceiling, low floor guy? Like, is that Cook?
They traded down twice before they took Cook, which would be an indicator that, anytime you trade down and then take a player, you're going to tell me you don't love anyone right here. No one is above the rest.
And would we say Rousseau, high floor, higher ceiling, but high floor? Boogie Basham. You're not really picking Boogie Basham because of the high ceiling he has. They thought he was going to walk in here and contribute right away, and he was bad. AJ Epinesa. High floor,
I guess. I guess I'm just not sure if anybody can really, in
the midst of it,
ahead of time,
in the thralls of it.
Tell me, you might say this guy's got a higher ceiling, and that's still a projection. What happens when the other guy ends up doing better?
Yeah.
You know who was the high ceiling pick? Josh.
Yes.
Josh was the project, raw ability. We like this and this and this. He's got to change some things, but highest ceiling. Quarterback's a great conversation for this. The project quarterback that's not going to be ready right away versus this guy's pro-ready. Right? The thought was Mac Jones would be pro-ready. Okay? Then he went and he played right away, and he looked to be pro-ready, but there wasn't a very high ceiling there. And, now Mac Jones is where Mac Jones is. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. And 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Nate, it's still overcast out there.
Yeah. I was hoping it might. I don't know. I don't even know what to hope for, to be honest. I just want to be on the other side of this fast. I just need sunlight. I don't necessarily. I'm not asking for 75. So, just
some sun.
48 hours of sustained sunlight.
Yeah. Hey, heads up, tomorrow is the final piece of steel for the stadium. They're putting the final piece of steel on for the structure. So it's a big day. And I've reached out to the Bills. Like, well, let's get an update. What are our timelines right now? So we'll see what we hear back from them on that. But the new stadium is closer and closer. There's a story of Pro Football Talk. Tampa is the next team likely going to go for major renovations. Not a new stadium, I don't think, but major renovations on the horizon for Tampa. Let me ask you this about the Bills and their upcoming schedule. Have you been to the Atlanta Stadium? And to anybody out there that's listening,
yes,
or anybody on the chat, you've been to Mercedes?
Not for a game, but I've been inside, yes.
The Mercedes-Benz Stadium?
Yep.
What'd you go in for that wasn't a game?
Oddly enough, it was a trade show.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was the stadium?
Unbelievable.
Really?
Unbelievable.
Is it, what I'm getting at is, the Bills' road schedule this year is not incredible. It might be one of the weaker ones. There are two stadiums that Josh Allen and the Bills, in the Josh Allen era, have never played in.
Is Atlanta one?
It's Carolina. There's three. Carolina and Atlanta. The other one's San Francisco because that game got moved.
That's right. Yeah, it got moved.
So
Arizona.
Carolina and Atlanta, he has not played in those stadiums. Not that that's a reason to go, but just if you're looking for a Bills road trip, is that stadium cool enough to say, I'd like to go see it?
Yes.
Yes?
The Concourse, yes.
Okay.
Worthy.
When you're there for a trade show, are you imagining what it's like to watch a football game there and thinking, they got the circular Jumbotron right up top and the camera lens roof?
Mm-hmm. It's a great stadium.
Okay.
Great stadium. I would say, again, having not visited all of them to have a thorough opinion on it, I would say it's top 5. It's also visually on television. There's good camera angles in there. Really good camera angles. Is that maybe something I would say that I am maybe most excited about with this new stadium is it was built with TV in mind, where I don't believe the current stadium, I don't love, night games are decent in that stadium, but it's not I wouldn't say a built for TV stadium, the current one.
Right.
The new one, they talked about this is going to be built for HDTV.
Right. 803-0550. Scott and Cheektowaga quickly before the break. Hey, Scott.
Morning, boys. My suggestion is the Bills continue to keep playing chicken with their running back. And I only say that because you don't negotiate unless you're in a position of power. Previous caller alluded to that. Nearly every single team in the league right now either has a young, promising, cost-controlled running back or an overpaid free agent, and the well's dry. But you could probably hold out a little longer, get him for single digits a year per million. Bo Jackson was the last time somebody sat out for an entire year.
Le'Veon Bell.
9 years ago.
Le'Veon Bell before that. Since then.
I beg your pardon.
Yep. But that's okay. Yep.
But I don't know. I want a cost-controlled running back. I think that you played chicken with the guy. I think you're going to get what you want. And the guy from Florida who said that his house was overpriced, I never thought of that. I think he might be right. I think he's doing this is all leverage. You could probably get him for about $9 million a year, and that's what I would do.
Well, thanks, Rob, or thanks, Scott. One thing about that, are we sure the Bills haven't offered 9? And because two things are possible. This is where the binary nature of, I've got someone on Twitter saying, if Cook hadn't, Cook went public on social media, and coincidence, he's the one that's not signed, they must be annoyed. I don't think that has anything to do with it at all. Why is he not signed? Because the Bills have a value on the position. He has a value on his own number.
Well, do we know that they have a value on the position or just
on
the
him?
player?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that we have evidence.
It's just like
historically.
It's just like the draft. Why does Brandon Beane want to keep it all in-house? He wants, like every NFL team, to control the message. Every NFL team controls the message. Everywhere. The NFL is unbelievable. Every single draft pick that is picked in 3 weeks is going to be the highest guy on their board, and everyone's thrilled with their draft. You never hear about the ones that got away. It's everybody loves everything they've ever done. And with being here, it's not disingenuous. Why do they want to keep it in-house? So the Bills can control the message. He'd be asked about Cook, and if Cook hadn't tweeted anything, what's different? I'm going to keep that in-house. Would he still say, we're not close? He might.
He might.
When it came to Gabe Davis, Gabe didn't tweet anything about it, and were they annoyed at Gabe Davis? They just didn't sign him.
Yeah.
They didn't think he was worth what he was asking for. So I don't think they're annoyed with Cook. It could be that they will pay 9, and he won't accept that. It could be that he would accept 9, and they won't pay it. And the reality is we just kind of don't know. We're left on the outside until there's a few more steps taken down this road. Thanks for the phone call, Scott. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Nate, a lot of James Cook chatter today. Mission accomplished, right? He put his house online, put his house up for sale, and some have said it's overpriced. We got to talk about the funniest picture in the listing.
If you haven't seen the listing, we got a funny picture out there. I'll get it on the computer. I'll show it to you guys on the chat because I saw an incredibly funny comment about James Cook in one particular feature of his house. It's in good fun. 803-0550 on WGR.
Nate's out. No, Nate's in. Joe's
out.
Joe's
Yeah.
out. Nate's in. Yeah. So part of the fun of today, talking a lot about James Cook. He listed his house online. You can see the listing. Owen's going to put up a couple pictures on the stream here so you can look at this. So we're talking about 2 pictures. When you look at the house, people have commented on the price, the size, is it going to sell? Blah, blah. Anyway, there's 2 things I had pointed out to me that I thought were kind of funny. 2 funny comments. One I noticed myself, one was a funny comment. Number 1, putting the pictures up on the screen right now. So, you're preparing a house to be shown. It's just a stack of sweatshirts, 5 stacks of shirts and sweatshirts. And I saw someone online refer to this as the world's first ever invisible dresser. Because you can't see, look at that. There's a dresser. You just can't see the drawers. Like there's all the shirts. And number 2, RB1. If you're RB1, you got to hide your wires on your TVs and your gaming consoles. You got to get those wires tucked.
What are they? He's command strips. Come on, man.
I mean,
there's just some command strips.
He's a young guy.
Yeah, that's true. You got to remember that.
You got to hide those wires.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a young guy thing, though. Like
to let the wires hang or to hide them?
No, to hide them. Like a gaming setup. Like when
you hide your wires.
Oh yeah,
you have to.
Yeah, it just looks better.
It's a try.
On the TV on my wall, I had taken a picture of something and posted it on Twitter.
Oh.
And I got absolutely wrecked.
My greatest regret is that I did not see that and jump in on wrecking you.
Just wrecked.
The other thing you can do is, of course, hide it like in a similar color. I've got one wire that I couldn't really dig in and tuck, so I put it because it's got like this wainscoting anyway, and I tucked the tiny little speaker wire into one of the ridges of the wainscoting and painted it white, so you don't see it. That little part of it. What are you laughing at?
It's just kind of ridiculous.
Why?
What happens though when you have to move the wire? Like.
What's the issue?
Well,
I don't know.
It'll be painted. That one section of wire will be painted.
Well, in the future, it will be hidden, so no one will care what color the wire is.
That's true, I guess.
You painted wires?
One singular small wire tucked into a channel of wainscoting and painted white. You're saying I should just leave it instead?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I just think the amount of thought. Like you were
How
thinking
much thought does it take?
What was paint plan C? Was there a plan B in between? I can't get this to.
It was plan A because I'm not going to drill it. It's an exterior wall in the house. I'm not going to drill all the way into the cavity for. It's a sound bar hung under a TV.
Yeah.
It's not going to an outlet. It's 4 inches of a tiny audio wire. Sorry for having a good idea. Sorry. James Cook, call me. I can help you. Maybe we can paint those wires.
Jeremy will bring the white out, for the walls.
Sorry. 803-0550. That's our phone number. I'm over here having good ideas. People just yell at me for good ideas all the time.
Well, as the senior of the show,
Yeah, that's right.
You've got the most experience in creating these ideas.
I'll say this. I live by the old credo or whatever. Don't give a job to the laziest man because he'll do it the fastest. That's a lot of times that's me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
It's not going to be done the best. It's going to get done.
It's going to get done.
It's going to get done,
and it'll be done quicker than
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lazy guy doesn't sit around. He gets the job done fast, so he can go back to sitting around. Sometimes that might be me.
Walter in the chat says, I need my RB1 hiding wires.
You know what? He's not wrong.
You're not an RB1. I bet you Saquon Barkley's wires invisible.
We need to see every running back's house.
Let's get to Zillow. Let's look at every running back's house.
Who's got the wires hidden? All right, 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Having fun with James Cook today. And the Bills. Also, of course, the draft is 3 weeks from today. So, we're getting down to it. You can give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
More York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. The Bills officially signed Christian Benford yesterday, putting pen to paper on his 4-year, $70 million contract extension. Benford gets roughly $18 million as a signing bonus, and his cap hit this year is only $2.6 million. If you want to hear what he had to say to the media yesterday at his press conference, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Another day, another Aaron Rodgers report, this time coming from ESPN's Kevin Seifert. He reports that Rodgers and Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell have had multiple conversations this offseason. The Vikings are still waiting on an offseason evaluation of rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy, who they drafted last year. He suffered a knee injury towards the end of training camp that kept him out for the entirety of the 2024 season. Signing Rodgers would likely mean that McCarthy wouldn't see much NFL action until 2026. Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. He said that he is not interested in signing a short-term deal with the team. He also noted the team told him a deal would be finalized this offseason. However, he has still been asking for a long-term contract extension for the last 3 years. The Bengals have already signed both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins this offseason for a combined $276 million. UE women's basketball is headed to the NIT Finals after an impressive 74-69 win over Cleveland State last night. The Bulls will be hosting Troy at Alumni Arena on Saturday for a 5 o'clock tip-off. You can listen to that game on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I tell the Sue all the time. I was gonna call Sue after this, keep it a buck. It would be cool to play with my brother again, who only God knows at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? But I do talk to him. Sometimes when you outside of football, you ain't really trying to talk about football. Let's keep it a buck. Like I probably just talking about his day, how he doing, what he doing, any trips, how you feeling, how you mental, you know what I'm saying? But a little bug in here is there about coming back.
Christian Benford asked about Rasul Douglas, who is still out there on the open market, as is Amari Cooper. Free agency seems to have quieted down. Jeremy and Joe, Nate is in. What did I have? I was going to... Oh, I know. Get back some calls here on the James Cook stuff we're talking about today. Now we're into James Cook's house and, hiding wires and all that good stuff.
On to the, hard-hitting stuff.
Did you ever... What it does remind me of, if you have a house or an apartment and you're young and, do you ever have just a bed on the floor? I don't think Cook had one of those. Mattress is just on the floor.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
I've moved on from that, but yeah, there was.
How about?
It's a rite of passage.
The things you used to make yourself for dinner. Cheerios for dinner, just doing whatever. That's like looking at Cook's house. Again, he's a professional athlete, so he's doing just fine and probably eating well at the stadium. But it did remind me of when I had nothing on the walls, nothing in the house, did nothing.
I did not have anything on the walls. It was just taped posters. Like they weren't framed. You just
tape it,
or you get the sticky putty.
Yeah,
remember that stuff? You just put it on the wall,
or like the $8 frames from Schmall Smart
and
all that. Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550 to join us, if you'd like, in 1-888-550-2550. I received an invitation into another Dynasty Fantasy League. I have a good number of leagues, and I have one Dynasty League that I like so much. It's the League of Shopes and Dreams with Mike Shope, and Joe's in that league. I like it so much that I have created 2 duplicates and brought one to a group of friends and one to family and friends. So I have 3 Dynasties with the exact same format because it's so good. And Mike sent me a message like, hey, you looking for another Dynasty League? And I said, maybe. I don't know if I want to do that, but I'm interested. You throw me an invite to a dynasty draft, I'm going to at least think about it for a minute. And then I asked him what the format was, and he said, tight end premium. And I said, out.
That was the line too far for you, tight end premium?
Is that wrong of me? I don't do any fantasy league that is outside of the fairly
Standard scoring?
I don't have the time. I don't know. I'm sure it wouldn't take that much time. I'm not ready to put my brain into, hold on, the value of the tight end must be changed. I'm tired of thinking of tight ends like wide receivers anyway. I don't want to have tight ends boosted even further. I don't need these tight ends. Sorry, all due respect, nothing personal. I don't do premium leagues.
I think every one of my leagues has a tight end premium.
Why?
Because
what?
Especially when you're 12 or 14 team leagues, you get bare on players that are usable, and there's 5 worthy tight ends in the league.
Nope, find a way to get
7.
one. Draft better.
Yeah.
Suck it up.
Well, there's not enough of them.
You're probably against the tush push too. Just deal with it. Softy.
Come on. Draft a better one.
Yeah. You can't stop those tight ends. It's your problem. Why are we lifting up these bad tight ends and giving them premiums? Anyway. 803-0550. So I'm not in that league. And a lot of activity, a lot of trades in my dynasty leagues these last couple of days. We had our roster cut downs. The draft is coming up. So I'm looking in, the dynasty rookie rankings. Ashton Genty, Omarion Hampton is by many considered to be RB2. It is a good dynasty rookie running back draft.
Yes, it is. It's
where
deep.
you might get 6, 7, 8, 9.
Then guys that will contribute this year.
It's not a great receiver dynasty draft.
Nope.
It's not a great quarterback draft.
It's one of the worst.
It's a one tight end and a bunch of running backs.
2 tight ends.
2? Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the other one?
The Loveland, the kid from Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah. He's also going to be a first rounder.
Right. Okay. Anyway, 803-0550.
Eric at home had Tyler Warren, going 5th in his mock. Or was it 6th? It was Jacksonville, 5. And Loveland going like 12. He's not going to go in the top 5, right? No one's going to draft a tight end that high. Brandon Beane might want to draft Tyler Warren that high.
I'm leaving.
He likes Tyler Warren.
Stop.
Really, really likes him.
They trading Kincaid then? You could do that if you trade Kincaid.
You could trade Kincaid
for Brian Thomas Jr. All right, let's get some calls in here. Sorry.
Yes, easy. Yeah. Easy trade.
Rob in Toronto. Hey, Rob.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. The house buying thing, I don't know what real estate agents do in terms of pictures, but I remember when we were house buying, I thought I'd need a riding lawnmower, and I got to the actual house, and it was basically just a little patch of grass. I don't know what they do, but they stage these things pretty well.
Staging.
Online.
Yeah, staging is big business. Yep.
Oh my God, Jeremy, are you catching up on Shope in terms of how many leagues that you have? Or?
I'm only in. I've got 3 dynasty, 1 redraft, and last year I did 3 guillotine, which those don't really count.
Yeah,
that's not the same level of investment. So that was 7.
I have 9 dynasties and 3 redrafts. Yeah, I have 9.
Yeah, I've got 3. I've only got the mines for 3, I think.
Okay. With regards to the draft, I think, obviously addressing the biggest needs, I think cornerback and defensive tackle, possibly safety. But, Jeremy, maybe perhaps, if I can, the wide receiver train. Is it almost like a quarterback needy team? Like, just throw darts at the board and, basically grab as many lottery tickets as you want?
Yeah.
What was it, Steve Smith Jr. that had every wide receiver pick before him on his locker and ended up being a Hall of Famer? And I don't know, throw darts at the board. Sal is the first one to say, as many draft picks as we have, there's not a chance that everyone makes the team. So,
I got a name for this for you, Rob. I got a name for this, and thanks for bringing this up. So, this is part of the point about why I would always draft more receivers than running backs. Is James Cook not proof about this? James Cook was drafted, has turned into a really nice player, has said, hey, how about that contract? And the Bills are like, and half the fans are ready to trade him and replace him right away.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, a serviceable receiver makes more than this guy that you're like, I know he's really good, but that's why the Bills should not be spending 5-6 draft picks in the mid-rounds on running backs, because if it goes well, you don't want to pay him. And if it's a receiver and it goes well, you want to pay him. There's a name, Chris Trapasso of Jumps on the Afternoon Show and CBS Sports. There's a couple names here for receiver, like day 2 and deeper options. Like Shakir's a 5th that turns into a nice player. And Diggs is a 5th-round pick that turns into a true number 1. Like, it does happen. Puka's a 5th.
It happens, yeah.
They should be taking more receivers overall to, yes, give themselves more lottery tickets here. And, you know, some guys are role-playing receivers, and some guys have the potential for number 1, but you don't see it all the way. And there's 2 names I've got for you. One is Kyle Williams, Washington State, separator. He's not huge, separator, looks pretty good to me. And then Trapasso's been on a guy named Elijah Badger. Florida wide receiver Elijah Badger says his comp is Diggs. Like, this guy I like him. And he's not thought of to be a crazy high draft pick guy. What it ultimately gets to, you don't have to like those 2 players. You don't have to like anybody I say. There should be, Rob kind of lays it out. When you don't have a quarterback, what should you be doing? Spending a lot of your assets trying to find your way to get that guy. Where are we going to get that guy? You probably want to do that at quarterback, left tackle, defensive end, corner, and wide receiver. Those might be your 5 money positions. Those 5. How are the Bills at those money positions? Quarterback? Done. Left tackle? Done. Corner? Done.
Yeah.
Defensive end? You got Rousseau. You feel pretty good about him. And you paid him, and you'll probably draft another one. You signed Bosa. You've dedicated stuff to that. At receiver, you don't have to go out and trade 1 million picks. You don't have to go out and spend all the money in trade. For
Good ones are just there every year.
You at least have to try.
Especially now.
You just have to try. There are right. Benjamin Solak of ESPN had this comment. There's no such thing as a bad receiver class anymore. They're always going to be good. There's always going to be good receivers coming out. And if you want to treat it like throwing darts, you can. They should be looking for the roadmap, the avenue to finding their next guy that dictates the way teams play against them. You don't even have to say wide receiver 1, because, you know, everybody eats and all that. But finding the avenue to get to home where Josh Allen has a freak show that, we know how they're going to play us because they think about him on every play. That's what I would do. And sometimes that comes in the form of a 5th-round pick. Well, all right, it's a 5th. What should we do? Should we go running back or receiver? Let's go best-case scenario. Best-case scenario, running back. What happens? In 4 years, we're going to tell him we don't want to pay him.
Yeah, right.
Receiver, what's the best-case scenario? We sign him after 3 years, and we give him a ton of money because the position is impossible to find.
And he's great.
Diami Brown got $10 million this year. And you've got Bills fans who are like, I don't know about 10 for Cook. That seems a little steep.
Yeah.
Like, the positions are just so different. So, thanks, Rob, for the phone call. Kyle Williams. Could I make a full team of former Bills names?
In this draft?
Yeah. There's a Kyle Williams.
There's a Jordan Phillips. At defensive tackle.
There's probably a few more. Is there a Jim Kelly in this draft anywhere? I don't know. Is there go trade for Josh Allen.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
I'm out of ideas. CJ in Buffalo. Hey, CJ.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I see a lot of the conversation, people talking in regard, or maybe I just view it differently. I know people are talking about James Cook individually as a player, and should we keep him? Is he valuable as a trade? I think everybody wants to keep him. It's more or less at what price. And I look at how you utilize him. I look at do you gain more by paying him, or how much do you lose a significant amount by trading him? And I don't think the drop-off is that big if you did trade him, just due to the fact that we have an awesome offensive line and we got a bunch of weapons around him where he's not the key guy. He's not even a bell cow. And and you know he's a good runner, but he's not a good pass blocker. He's okay receiver, and it's the whole picture. And that's why I know some people say, well, just pay him. He's your number one back. I get it. But why would you pay him and he's not a every down back? I think Derrick Henry, make $8 million a year right now?
Yep.
It's just the way I'm looking at it and the overall view. I understand why the Bills didn't pay him now, but what the Bills value and what Cook's value is very different, especially when you put it out publicly.
What do you mean?
So my
by the last part.
When you put it out publicly and him saying $15 million and the Bills love to keep things in house, it's like, okay, look, we love you. We'd love to have you. You work good in this system. The problem is we'd rather work this out with you. Just
okay,
like
I'd love to.
Buffalo.
Thanks, CJ. I had somebody bring this up online. I'd love to get to this point. You do what you want. I don't think you should care about that at all. Of course the Bills want to keep it in-house. Every NFL team keeps everything in-house. They want to control the message. Bean wants to control the message. The Bills want to control the message. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I do know why. I'm never going to get mad for a player for deciding, I'd like to control the message. There are two parties involved.
Yeah.
Why do we all just agree the team should be the one that controls it? Why? The family, you're important here, all that stuff about family. Like you gotta think a little bit about the cutthroat nature of the business. Right now, the calls on this station sound like two things. One, he's important, sign him, maybe don't pay him too much. You have the same number of calls that say run him into the ground and let him walk out the door.
Yeah.
And is that family? Is that part of your culture? I think of course it is, but you don't outwardly say that.
Yes, right.
Then what happens when a guy leaves? Really think, if you start to think about how often the NFL controls its message, what do you do for a player that you're not going to re-sign? This is not just the Bills. There's a quote this year from Mike McDaniel on, I forget who it was, Dolphins coach. So-and-so has earned the right to seek free agency. Translation?
We're not paying him.
Right.
Yeah.
Instead, you say it like you're giving him something.
You're giving him the
That's
opportunity.
Controlling the message.
You giving someone an opportunity to test free agency means we're not going to pay you. So go out there and do it. But our spin on it is we're providing you this once in a lifetime opportunity to go see what you're worth.
It's not you, it's me breakup, and you walk in like, you said it wasn't my fault. Said, she's going through some stuff. Like, yeah, okay, sure, maybe.
Do you think they might approach this the same way the Giants did?
Which is, who's going to pay him?
No. Go out, see what you're worth, call me.
Sure.
When you get a contract, call me, and if we can match it, we'll match it.
Absolutely.
Maybe and listen, maybe the Bills' perspective on this is let him go find his value. If we can't agree on his value, allow the market to dictate your value. Yeah. And if it's higher than we believe your value is, congratulations. If it's at par or slightly below, let's have a conversation.
Right.
It's what happened with Jordan. I mean, they did it with Jordan Poyer.
Right.
He thought.
Yeah.
It's sometimes that's the interesting part about what Brandon Beane has done with all these contracts is you're negotiating. You're not negotiating really. There's nothing to negotiate against. You don't know what the value of Christian Benford is on the open market. Right. We can guess.
Benford might have said 23 per year.
Yes.
And then they settle on 17.
Right.
The difference is Benford didn't tweet about it, which it just doesn't make a difference to me.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it makes a difference to them either.
Yeah, I don't think they might be annoyed, but again, it gets right down to, of course they want to control the message. Of course they want to keep things in-house. This is not just the Bills, this is every NFL team. Just see through a little bit of what they do. They want everything to seem like it's great. Everybody gets along. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody's family. Again, every NFL team, not just the Bills here, except for the Eagles, who all openly hate each other and won the Super Bowl. I don't think you have to put value in Beane would rather keep it in-house. Of course. Do you think the Bills want any of us to know if they have a player that's unhappy? No. They probably have a team policy to keep things. Let's keep things here. McDermott, what happens on a play? this guy played terribly. What's McDermott going to do? He's not going to, in the postgame, say, Rasul Douglas blew the assignment.
Yeah.
Instead, they're going to go back and they're going to meet about it. They're going to talk about it there. And who benefits from that? Everybody.
Yeah.
They feel better. They trust each other. There are relationships in there. Sometimes a player will say, I'm not getting far enough, just letting everybody think that this is all fine. I'm going to make a demand known.
Yep.
Myles Garrett went public.
Yep. And
used it as leverage and got paid the most money in NFL history.
Yeah.
So
he didn't get what he wanted maybe initially, but he got a pretty darn good consolation prize.
And the context of it matters too. Bean wants to keep it in-house. Okay, Cook doesn't want to. Who wins? Well, Bean wins because they're in charge. Okay, it is a construct where there is one league, you get drafted into it, and you get signed to a contract that is predetermined based on where you're drafted, and they can throw you out after 4 years despite your production. So all these other guys, they all signed with a year left, and it's just kind of whatever. It's not lost on me that in every one of those scenarios, we don't see the negotiation. It's not negotiated in public. But the Bills and Shakir, the Bills and Benford, the Bills and Bernard, the Bills and Rousseau, all would have exchanged things. Bean even said it. We're closer on these guys. We're closer on these guys. We got to a number. It's done. Along the way, was there one time that an offer went to Benford or Bernard, and his agent called the guy and like, that's terrible. Well, I don't know if this is going to get done. Doesn't feel right. A week later, it's done. Like contract negotiations sometimes go like that. There's a turn. There's a change, and with Cook, the only thing that's different is that he said, I want this. That doesn't mean that's the only thing he would accept. I mean, maybe it is. We'll find out in time. So that's it. Thank you for the phone call. And thank you for bringing that up because I was chatting with people online about that. Like Bean wants to keep it in-house. So congratulations. Cook doesn't. And they are equal parties here for me. Does it mean they're less likely to sign him? Is that a good way to do things? If you go public, we're less likely. Shouldn't they just have their value?
Yeah.
Isn't the whole point, don't take it personally, it's business?
Then you should assume the same.
Then if you go public, like, I wish he hadn't done that, but whatever. It's not going to stop me from offering him the same dollar amount I was going to.
Yeah, it's not like every time he tweets, their number goes down by 2%. You know, like, I don't know. Yeah, I would tend to agree with you on the negotiating online. It happens everywhere. I mean, Jamar Chase literally said, quote tweeted a thing that was like, hey, you know, when you're the best, you make the best, and then you put tax on top of the best.
Yep.
And then he got paid the highest of any non-quarterback ever, which lasted like 5 minutes.
T. Higgins flat out tweeted that the Bengals were lying.
Yes.
Got signed.
And they got signed.
Literally. The Bengals had a report about the Bengals, and he tweeted that it was a lie.
And then their executive vice president came out 2 days ago and said, yeah, Trey Hendrickson should just be happy with what we're going to give him.
Maybe the Bengals aren't a good example.
Yeah, maybe they're not.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe. When we get back, Josh has promised he's going to cheer us up. He says we seem down in the dumps because of the weather. I see what looks like evidence of a sun.
It exists above what we're seeing. But, yeah, there is light outside.
He says he's going to try and cheer us up because we're just two guys in our fields trying to go golfing sometime this year. 803-0550. Real quick, pointing out, Sal chimes in that Bean said James is a grown man. He can handle it however he chooses, despite saying he would rather keep it in-house. Right, I agree with that. I want to keep it in-house. He doesn't. This is a two-way street. If he doesn't want to keep it in-house, this is me interjecting my opinion on that, but thanks, Sal. Thank you for that. Bean said he's a grown man. He can handle it how he wants. Right. Bean should not take it personally. 803-0550. Josh and Owen are going to cheer us up when we get back. That's the word. Hang out with us. Give us a call, whatever you like, here on WGR.
Now at all Myers RV locations.
Going to be nice again. We'll have summer. This is just mediocrity.
Yeah, this is purgatory.
This is 6 and 11. This is a Saints season.
Yeah.
This is the Raiders.
This weather is Jeff Fisher.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like, like how Chubbs is in the sky, like in Billy. It's just Jeff Fisher's in the sky right now.
You going to see Happy Gilmore too?
Yeah.
Okay.
You?
Is it coming to my television or I have to go somewhere?
I'm not expecting to think it's good.
I laughed at the trailer.
Did you? Yeah, I actually didn't see the trailer.
I laughed at the trailer.
I just like that there's going to be a bunch of golfers in it.
That's true.
That's cool. But no, I don't expect I'm going to like it. That's all right.
Well, Josh has played this because we've been to mopey mothers. I don't know. He says he's got stuff that can cheer us up.
All right.
Yeah, we got some.
Good luck.
Me and Owen got some fun facts for you here. So we're going to start it off with a Sun fun fact.
Just to put a smile on our face here?
I thought you guys were going to both present us with like some lab putters or something.
Good news, like, hey, the Bills
just
traded for,
I don't control
Malik Neighbors.
I don't control the good news. I just give the fun facts. So
all right, I'm ready.
Buffalo, New York experiences an average of approximately 155 sunny days a year.
That doesn't seem like that
That's
many.
sunny or partly sunny days. So half the year.
That's less than half.
A little bit less.
That's like a lot less than half.
It's notably less.
I thought this was supposed to be a fun fact.
No, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. And
it's only
2,207 hours of sunshine annually in Buffalo, New York.
It's like 45%.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
It's terrible. I thought it was.
Yeah,
better
this is
than
not
that.
working. This is backfiring.
This is the opposite.
I'm gonna bring Owen in here now.
It's only
Owen's got a fun one.
Yeah, well, I got one for when it's raining. Something to cheer us up for when it's raining.
Yeah.
I was doing some research last night and I found out when it rains, they're
It
not
pours?
drops. They look like little hamburger buns. So all you got to do when it's raining now for the next 3 months until we see the sun again.
Wait, when it's raining, they look like hamburger
They
buns?
drop out of the sky and they look like little tiny hamburger buns.
Right. It wouldn't look like a
falling.
droplet falling because the air resistance would
Exactly.
flatten
Exactly. So now you got to it's raining cheeseburgers now. That's all
it's
you
like
gotta
cloudy
think
with a
about.
chance of meatballs.
So does that mean you put your tongue out and let because I'm pretty sure the EPA guidelines have mentioned you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're not allowed to drink rain, just catch rain?
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to.
What?
It's like eating snow. It's not advisable.
That's probably fine. You were probably against the tush push, too.
Yeah, you know me.
I'm just going to start saying that to people whenever something is soft. Oh, yeah, I bet you hate the tush push, too.
Gosh.
All right, if that one's not good enough, it could always be worse.
All right.
On Neptune, winds blow up to 1,200 miles per hour. It could always be worse.
Think about how far your drive would be downwind on that.
See? Could always be worse.
Into the wind would be tough.
Now that's looking at the bright side. I played knockdown.
Yeah. Just a Stinger 5. We'll get there. Stinger 5.
Just a low knockdown into that 1,000-mile-an-hour wind. All right.
The side wind. Could you imagine the extension on your?
I have a good positive story to make everyone a little bit happier. It's a follow-up to a story we had about a week ago. So you may remember there was a Bulgarian, you weren't here this week, filling in for Joe this week. There was a Bulgarian soccer team that held a moment of silence for a guy, a former player of theirs that died, but he wasn't dead.
Did they think he was dead?
They thought he was dead. And they held a moment of silence at midfield, and the stands were quiet to remember the life of this player. And he died. He wasn't dead. He was stunned to watch the game, saying, I'm not dead. The follow-up is, this guy's name is Petko Ganchev. He was a special guest to their most recent match. They welcomed him before the match and posted on social media that they received incorrect information. He's very much alive. He was the legend of the game, got a jersey with his name on it.
He should have got a banner, but then they crossed out, they crossed out the year. That would have been better.
Yeah, he had to do work to call friends and family and say, I'm not dead. They were watching the game, announcing his death. He's like, I'm not. I'm fine.
Was he in a hospital and there was a mistake, or
just incorrect information?
Wow.
So there's a good story.
They got. I think it's a step further worse than me thinking the lab came out with a center shaft driver.
Yeah.
Not even April Fool's either, huh?
No.
That's a tough one to get got on.
Yes, it is.
Neptune.
What else?
We have others.
Okay, more fun facts? Yeah, hit me with another one.
Yeah, I got one non-weather related as well. It was watching the Canes Caps game last night, and Logan Thompson got his mask blown up, and it reminded me of the worst part of being hit in the face as a goalie, other than the constant concussions, was
making me.
Hold on. How many bad parts are there?
Oh, there's a lot, infinite. You can think of. You just start naming them. I mean, bent cages, new paint jobs. You got a lot of stuff to deal with there. But to me, the worst part was the burning rubber smell that you would get.
Wow.
And I mentioned that to my dad. And he was like, nobody else would ever know that, and that's an insane thing to have to deal with.
It smell. You can
smell. It smells like burning rubber after you get hit in the face.
Yeah.
Because the puck comes in so fast, it hits your mask, and it deflects, and it burns rubber off the puck. And that was the worst part of that for
That's
me.
nuts.
So, another thing that it can always be worse.
Speaking of hockey, did you see that fight last night?
Oh, the Chatfield thing?
Yeah.
That's scummy.
The worst hockey play I've maybe ever seen. I cannot believe
it's pretty
that.
up there.
I think they should just, that should be a suspension for 10 plus games to me. He killed McMichael.
It's very weird because what's the rule on the books for that right there? So if you didn't see it, Jalen Chatfield, he's for the Hurricanes. He basically it's a throw over the leg takedown.
Yeah, it's almost like one of those where you
a UFC
toss
move.
the legs behind someone else as you're trying to dip them.
Yeah.
Fight slew foot. And it was,
yeah. So how much of that is going to be the code versus what's actually against the rules where the league would do something?
I don't know that there's – it's such a wild move. I don't know that there's any language in any type of ruling that would sort of give them a leg to stand on other than this was a total scum move.
Yeah.
He could have cracked McMichael's head open, and that could have been it for
it could have
McMichael
been
playing in the
really
league.
It could have been really bad.
It was
really bad.
so dirty.
On TV.
I bet
just would have been.
My bet will be, is it going to be one of those ones where he's fined the maximum amount under the CBA, like $5,000?
It's either going to be that or they're going to suspend him for 15 games to set a precedent.
That's a good idea. I mean, the NHL is not very good at that.
Right.
But, and I've long wanted, make a statement, 20-game suspension. Everybody takes notice. It never happens again. It's bad.
If there was ever a situation to have that happen, it's this kind of play that you've kind of never seen, and you go that's probably pretty horrible, right? And if he doesn't get punished, some other guy might think, I'll UFC take down whoever in a fight. And
I'm just
something bad's gonna happen.
Just waiting to. I'm scrolling through all the tweets, all the videos. Everybody has about the same reaction. It's a non-fighter and a non-fighter that are fighting, right?
So that's it. But neither one of these guys is really known as a fighter.
Chatfield's kind of a tough guy. I don't know that he fights a lot, but he's known to be a sort of a hard guy. McMichael, though, is a young, talented player. He's not a fighter sort of player at all.
I'm still looking. If anybody's got it, send it to me. Language of a rule here. Like what's okay and what's not. But it's bad. It's pretty bad.
It was bad. I saw it and immediately thought the league should make an example of this is not what we want. Often I get frustrated when there's an opportunity, a couple of weeks, maybe a week ago, there could have been a goalie fight and the referees just didn't allow it to happen. In that instance, I want to see the fight happen, but I don't want to feel like I'm watching someone murder someone else. That's just it's a dangerous takedown move that should not be allowed in any level of professional sports.
The Amherst clinched a playoff spot last night. 4-2 win for them, clinch a playoff spot. And the UB women are going to play in the NIT championship game Saturday.
They're going to host, which is awesome.
At Alumni Arena.
Definitely cool.
Very good. All right. Extendo Sports coming up. We'll wrap and pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR.
Extendo Sports.
All right, wrapping things up here. We got draft parties coming up. Don't forget about our draft parties. Thursday night 1, Resurgence Brewing. Friday night 2, Whalen Brewing. We're doing draft parties. Got the wide receiver big board. I'm going to flip that over and do the defense wins championships big board, I guess.
The big man barge.
The big man barge.
See, I just think
everyone's having so much fun with defensive tackles. It's fine. It's fine. I like to eat broccoli too.
Got to get your vegetables.
Got to eat my vegetables.
Got to eat your vegetables.
I know.
Certain types of broccoli are great. Come on.
I do like broccoli. It's fine.
I'm not
no
a
problem with broccoli.
Not a broccoli guy.
Vegetable draft. What goes first?
Onions.
Potatoes.
Probably potatoes.
Just by the sheer amount of things you can make with potatoes.
Yeah, it's probably potatoes.
Versatility. Hold on 1 second.
It's all about versatility.
Okay, they do count as vegetables.
What are they considered, like a root or something?
They're tubers.
Tubers?
Yeah, root tubers. Let's bring Gene Steratore in, Gene. Potatoes? Yes. The vegetable draft.
Onions are just in a lot of things. Like it's not a primary vegetable.
But think about potatoes. You can make mashed potatoes, French fries, regular potatoes,
I agree.
baked potatoes.
That's probably the first pick.
Like, come on. It's like a wide receiver cornerback.
Yeah.
High
High value
unbeatable duo.
High value position. Potatoes.
Meanwhile, you're just going for a veggie that's going to kind of be
it's going to complement everything I eat.
A glue guy. Onions a glue guy.
High floor.
Yeah.
High floor guy.
What do I want here in the veggie draft? Peppers. I mean, there's a lot of peppers.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Tomatoes.
Fruits.
Oh, right. Right.
Is asparagus a bad pick here? Because I love asparagus and I just would eat it every day.
Not a bad pick.
Yeah.
Not a bad pick. We made the mistake of telling the twins that if you eat asparagus, you're...
Yeah.
Yes.
Will smell. And then they went in there and tried to immediately pee and smell.
They wanted to
don't
test
do
it.
that.
Yeah.
It's not enough time has passed. You know what? Never mind. Forget we said that. It's fine. That happened.
Where is okra Mr. Irrelevant?
Oh, no. No.
What's Mr. Irrelevant?
The last vegetable picked?
Zucchini?
Radish.
No, radishes are delicious. Peppery. Wonderful.
The last vegetable picked in a veggie draft is...
Beets? Is it beets?
No, beets are great.
I like beets.
I think it might be beets.
Beets is a good pick.
I think universally, I like beets, but universally, I think a lot of people don't like beets.
Everybody likes beets.
No, they don't.
Where do you guys land on pumpkins for this? I feel like that could be maybe towards the bottom, just because there's you just make pumpkin pie and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, are we factoring in jack-o'-lanterns and Halloween?
Right, there's functionality to it that you don't get with a lot of other.
If we're going to count French fries for potatoes,
that's right.
Sure,
we're going
that's
for
true.
vegetables just based on the potential that they could decorate.
Versatility
If
plays
just
multiple positions.
Decorations and pumpkin and corn.
Yep.
And squash.
What about gourds?
That's a family.
It's just a squash.
It's a family.
It's a family of squash or something.
I got something to say. What's the deal with gourds? Right?
Seriously.
What's going on there?
Yeah.
Somehow we as a society got to, well, they taste terrible.
Oh, we're getting pumpkins and gourds are fruit, by the way.
Oh,
gourds? That's what's up with fruit. That's what's up with gourds.
Gourds are fruits?
Apparently.
That's terrible. Anyway, what I was getting at is that somewhere along the way, gourds got really great PR.
Yeah.
Because they convinced people you should spend $8 and put it on your porch. And
Right.
It's like, this
and never actually eat it.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And not even animals are going to eat it. It's
Nope.
like, oh, it's gross.
It's basically inedible.
A pumpkin, from a botanist perspective, is a fruit because it is a product of a seed-bearing structure of flowering plants.
Obviously.
Vegetables, on the other hand, are the edible portion of plants, such as leaves, stems, roots, bulbs, flowers, and tubers.
Yeah, I mean, I could have told you that.
Everybody knows that. All right.
I think, though, we should leave, and I'd like to see in the morning when we come back, what a beets poll looks like. Do you like beets? I bet you it's 80-20 hate to like. Maybe more. It might be more severe.
This is why you can't trust just popular polls. Beets are good. Objectively good. It's always nice to have a panic attack a few hours later when you
Like, oh my God! Oh,
God!
All right, that's enough.
That's how you end the show.
Yes. We're back tomorrow for a Friday, and let's see if we see the sun today. Everybody stay vigilant. I don't know. Against what? Rain? Stay dry. All right, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.